Chapter 126. Crispy High, Crispy High. Nian Bing opened her mouth again and let out a sound that Demanteti was very familiar with. Dark Dragon King Kagiosis opened his mouth wide. What's going on? There's actually a sound. Suddenly he realized a possibility. His wife Demanteti also thought of it at the same time. The two looked at each other at almost the same time and their bodies shook. Garamandes noticed that something was wrong with the couple and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you two? Did something happen to Nian Bing?" Kagiosis smiled bitterly and said, "You heard that sound just now. It came from Nian Bing's mouth." Garamandes stared blankly at first. He was only concerned about Nian Bing's life and death and didn't pay attention to what that sound was. Now that Dark Dragon King pointed it out, he thought for a moment and suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. You mean your child didn't die, and he even fused with Nian Bing's body?" Kagiosis smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that's the truth, but I don't dare to confirm it now. However, I'm afraid that's the only explanation for Nian Bing's sound. Now that I think about it, although the evil light penetrated Nian Bing's body, it was greatly weakened. I even heard the sound of something shattering. Then, the evil light bombarded our child's egg. At that time, the evil light's power was greatly reduced. Otherwise, with the strength of a lich, our child would have been turned into powder by that evil light. From the eggshell left behind, it can be seen that the evil light didn't have the ability to completely destroy. Let us make a bold assumption that the child of Diamantino and I possessed a very strange aura of energy. This was the reason why we were almost destroyed when we tried to hatch it, although the evil light destroyed its physical body, however, its energy didn't disappear. At that time, Nian Bing happened to be heavily injured and collided with its energy. Our child's energy followed Nian Bing's body and entered its body. As for why they fused, that's not something I can explain." Garamandes said nervously, "Then what do you plan to do now? If your child is really in Nian Bing's body, then—" Demanteti's eyes flowed with tears again. "Garamandes, not to mention that our child doesn't exist anymore. Even if he really exists in Nian Bing's body, we won't do anything to Nian Bing. After all, if our child is really alive, his life was given to him by Nian Bing. If it wasn't for Nian Bing discovering the characteristics of his energy, we would have been long dead. Moreover, our child's body would have been destroyed by that evil light. Even if it still exists, it's just a strand of energy. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's body fusing with this strand of energy, we wouldn't have heard its cry at all. Now, I don't want to think about anything. If Nian Bing's body really fuses with our child and he doesn't die, I'll treat him as my own. If he's not dead, I'll treat him like my own child. However, the chances of his brain waking up are very small." Fatso frowned. "Is there really no chance at all? If his body and life force recover, there's definitely a chance to wake up his brain. Moreover, don't forget that Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint has already opened. A miracle might happen." Kajios nodded. "Nian Bing's current situation is already a miracle. I also hope that a miracle will happen again. If his body completely recovers, we'll try to awaken his spiritual energy. According to my memory, awakening spiritual energy is extremely difficult. It seems that no one in history has succeeded. Perhaps we should do something for him." The Wind Dragon King Karadiras's eyes lit up. "You mean we should call the dragon god?" Kajios nodded. He said, "Whether it's for Nian Bing or for the 7 Niordes sealing bottles that we lost, we must contact the dragon god and let him decide what we should do in the future. Since it has already happened, let's continue to ask him for forgiveness. The Yangon continent is no longer under our control. With the strength of that lich, if he wants to hide, although we are powerful, it won't be easy to find him." The Dragon King nodded, agreeing with Kajios. Although their mood improved a little because of the strange changes in Nian Bing's body, losing the 7 Niordes sealing bottles still made them feel extremely depressed. After all, the mission of tens of thousands of years was ruined just like that. As powerhouses among the dragons, No matter what, it was the greatest shame in their lives. The 7 dragon kings changed their positions, and the 7 powerful dragons gathered together again. They formed a circle, surrounding the light dragon King Demanteti in the center. They looked at each other, and although they were unwilling to face each other, they still raised their hands. Kajios bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the dark dragon king Kajios, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the darkness. Be intoxicated. The blood floated in the air and didn't fall. A layer of black air surrounded his body, and a layer of black scales appeared on his human body. The scales quickly spread and covered every corner of his body in the blink of an eye. From the outside, he had completely become a person with scales. Garamandes bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the fire dragon king Garamandes, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the flames. Be awakened. Bright red scales appeared on his body. At this time, Garamandes was like a burning flame. Sasares bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the ice dragon king Sasares, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the ice. Be awakened. Ice blue scales appeared on her delicate skin like pieces of ice crystals. Sasares's clothes disappeared, revealing her impressive figure. However, at this time, no one was in the mood to admire the beautiful scene in front of them. After a while, her body was covered with blue scales. She stood there like an ice sculpture. Fatso bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the earth dragon king Papeliocas, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the earth. Be awakened. The dust-like light yellow color began to condense into small diamond-shaped pieces on Fatso's skin. Karadiris bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the wind dragon king Karadiris, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the wind. Be awakened. His scales looked special. They were crescent-shaped green scales, as if they were pieced together by tiny wind blades. Kadiris bit the middle finger of his right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, he let out a loud dragon roar. I, the space dragon king Kadiris, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the darkness. Be awakened. Silver-colored hexagonal scales grew out of her skin, looking exceptionally gorgeous. Finally, Demanteti bit the middle finger of her right hand and flicked out a drop of blood. At the same time, she let out a loud dragon roar. I, the light dragon king Demanteti, use my blood as a guide. The dragon power in the darkness. The dragon power in the light. Be awakened. Her scales were circular. The golden scales overlapped each other, covering her perfect figure. The 7-colored radiance shone brightly at the same time. At this moment, the 7 dragon kings did not increase their own absolute power, but all of their dragon power. The 7 drops of blood condensed together under the injection of dragon power. The 7 dragon kings' bodies shone with the light of their respective elements. They chanted in the dragon language at the same time, and the fused blood in the air gradually changed. Demanteti let out a long roar. A milky white light instantly covered the blood. The fused blood began to grow under the light, and the area covered by the red light suddenly expanded, outlining a small red hexagram. The position of the 7 dragon kings quickly changed, and the surrounding 6 dragon kings moved sideways, making a space. Demanteti floated out, and the 7 dragon kings surrounded the center of the blood-colored light. Their chanting gradually became louder, full of a solemn atmosphere. The surging dragon power completely sealed the whole cave, and a strange aura floated up. The holy light, the haze of darkness, the strange changes of space, the stability of earth, the whisper of wind, the roar of fire, and the sigh of ice. The aura of the 7 magical elements appeared in the hexagram formed by the dragon blood. The 7 dragon kings knelt on one knee at the same time and called out loudly, with the dragon power of our dragon as the medium, the noble dragon god, please listen to our confession descend. The blood-red hexagram instantly expanded, and in the midst of the surging energy, the hexagram slowly descended. The instant the light fell on the ground, a soft white light rose up. That white halo looked like an icy mist, and the 7 dragon kings' bodies floated up under the effect of the halo and landed in the surroundings. The halo expanded to every corner of a radius of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The light gradually dimmed, and a trace of deep and enormous pressure gradually appeared. The pressure did not rise to the limit all at once, but slowly deepened. The radiance of the 7 dragon kings, led by the dark dragon king, Cateriosus, became stronger, resisting the increasing pressure. Relying on the combined power of the 7 dragon kings and using the bloodline of the 7 dragon kings as a guide, they awakened the supreme ruler of dragons far away on the godly continent, the dragon god. A deep sigh came from the milky white radiance, and a figure gradually emerged from the light. It seemed to be a person, and his body was shining with a dark red radiance. If one paid close attention, they would discover that this dark red radiance was mixed with a golden airflow. Although it was just an illusion, the pressure he brought was much stronger than any of the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings knelt on one knee again and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to the dragon god." They all lowered their heads. The loss of the 7 Miordas, sealed bottles, made their hearts beat with guilt. "How many years have it been, my children? How are you?" A voice came from the fuzzy red figure, low and old, but full of the kindness of an elder. Caterios smiled bitterly and said, "Respected dragon god, if we were all well, we wouldn't have woken up your cultivation and called for your consciousness. We now have 2 urgent matters waiting for your instructions." The dragon god was silent for a moment and then said faintly, "I think at least one of them should be related to the sealed bottles of Miordas. What new discoveries have you made?" The 7 dragon kings looked at each other, and Garamandes rushed to say, "Dragon god, it's like this, we." The dragon god's voice suddenly became stern, hemming and hawing. "Garamandes, you haven't made any progress over the years. Caterios, you say it." Garamandes helplessly shut his mouth. The dark dragon king glanced at him and said, "Dragon god, it's like this, the sealed bottles of Miordas were taken away." He immediately recounted everything that had happened recently, including the incident between Nianbing and the young dragon king. He didn't hold back at all as he recounted everything to the dragon god. Although the dragon god was powerful, there was an extremely powerful restriction between the godly mainland and the Ingon continent. Even if he had great magical powers, it was impossible for him to see everything here from the godly mainland. Only now, when the 7 dragon kings used a special method to call him, he could temporarily come here with his consciousness. After listening to Caterios' words, the dragon god's voice became a little cold. "Why didn't you report to me earlier? Don't you know how important the sealed bottles of Miordas are?" Caterios lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, dragon god. We originally wanted to take back the stolen bottles with our own strength, but it just so happened that Demanteti was about to give birth, so the enemy took advantage of it. The mistake of this matter is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept all the blame and all the punishment. Please punish me." Garamandes hurriedly said, "Dragon god, I was also negligent in this matter. You can't blame Caterios. After all, he and Demanteti had a child through the compensation trade. It's all my fault for not protecting them well. Caterios and Demanteti have just experienced the pain of losing a child, so please don't punish them. I am willing to bear everything." "Bear? Can you bear it?" 10,000 years of leisurely life made the 7 of you slack off. In the beginning, why did you choose to stay on this continent? Because with the strength of the 7 of you, You can bear everything on this continent. But what about you? What did you do? The mistake this time was led by Garamandes, and your bottle was the first to be lost. But it didn't attract your attention. All of you are guilty. But what's the use of punishing you now? Don't you know what was sealed in Miorda's sealing bottle? Now it's all lost. How do you want me to explain it to the main gods on the continent of God? Once the seal is opened, the war of 10,000 years ago will reappear. At that time, not only the Yangon continent will be unlucky, but the continent of God will also be greatly implicated. Once the lost kingdom reappears, the first thing they will do is to take revenge on the continent of God. 10,000 years have passed, and no one knows what happened to them. Moreover, as noble dragons, this time you were lucky to escape under the protection of a human. The face of the dragons has been lost because of you. The 7 dragon kings knelt on both knees instead of one knee. No one said anything. They had already expected the current situation. One by one, they bowed their heads and listened to the dragon god's reprimand. Kidiosis, Demanteti, you two get up first. The dragon god's words became softer. The 2 dragon kings of darkness and light looked at each other. They didn't dare to disobey the dragon god's order, so they had to stand up first. The dragon god sighed and said, "The reason why I chose to give the 7 Miordas sealing bottles to the 7 of you for protection was not because you are the 7 dragon kings, but mainly because of the 2 of you. Each of the 5 of them has its own shortcomings. Garamandes originally had a very good talent, but he was too lazy. Kadiri's biggest problem is that he understands things by analogy. Perhaps his strength is not as good as yours, but his knowledge is the best among you. But it is also because of this reason that it is difficult for him to become a stronger dragon. Karadiris was originally very good. He was very good in all aspects. He was willing to work hard, and his temperament was peaceful. He was a good choice for a big role. Unfortunately, his talent was limited. If he wanted to have higher achievements, he would have to put in much more effort than any of you. Sasari's shortcoming is her pride. We dragons are proud, but our pride should be in our bones and not on the surface. Her pride is the biggest sin that limits her development. As for Papaliokas, I don't need to say anything. You all know his problem. He is lazy, and it is difficult for him to become a great person. If there were only the 5 of them, I would never have suggested that you all guard Miorda's sealing bottles like the other gods. In the end, I chose you all because of Kidiosis and Demanteti. The 2 of you also have your own problems, but you can complement each other very well. Originally, among us dragons, light and darkness are not allowed to marry each other. But because I understand that you are no longer ordinary light and darkness, I went against the will of the masses and brought you together. For this matter, Garamandes may hate me, but I know that you are a pair that loves each other. What I have to fulfill is the duty of the dragon god. I have to coordinate the relationship between all dragons. In a sense, I am not a good father. I did not let my son get what he wanted the most, but I have never regretted it. The dragon king's gazes were all focused on Garamandes. Garamandes lowered his head, a complicated light flashing in his eyes. Yes, the current dragon god was his father, and also the strongest among the dragons. At that time, he did not understand why his father brought Kidiosis and Demanteti together and did not help him. Garamandes was able to become the fire dragon king without relying on his father's strength. He inherited the dragon god's best genes, but he was extremely lazy and did not care about cultivation. The dragon god also did not force him and let him develop. It was not until Demanteti married Kidiosis that the obsession in Garamandes' heart was completely awakened. It was from then on that he worked hard to cultivate, defeated all his rivals with his own strength, and sat on the position of the Fire Dragon King. However, it was also from then on that he did not call the dragon god father again. He never blamed the dragon god for not helping him improve his strength. However, Demanteti's matter became his eternal dream. The most important purpose of his hard work was to prove that he was stronger than Kidiosis. He always thought that if his strength was above Kidiosis, perhaps Demantedi would not have chosen the Dark Dragon King, but him. In the domain of regret, Garamandi's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. In the war 10,000 years ago, he finally became the strongest among the 7 Dragon Kings, second only to Kidiosis. Now he was confident that his strength was not inferior to Kidiosis. However, at the same time, he also discovered that Demantedi would never belong to him. The dragon god's tone was very flat, as if he was not talking about his own family matters. He continued, Kidiosis, do you know what I did wrong? Your mistake was that you didn't inform me when Demantedi was pregnant. As the Dark Dragon King, as the strongest among the 7 Dragon Kings, don't you understand that your dark physique and Demantedi's light physique are completely opposite? No matter how tyrannical your bodies are, don't forget that the life you give birth to will also inherit your tyrannical strength. If you had told me in advance that Demantedi was pregnant with your child, I would have dealt with the matter here as soon as possible and brought Demantedi back to the continent of gods to give birth. Then, everything that followed would not have happened. Perhaps you didn't want to trouble them. After all, summoning me requires you all to work together. However, you were wrong. One wrong step caused such a big disturbance. Do you understand now, Kidiosis? It's a pity, really a pity. If you and Demantedi's child could have been born safely, perhaps he would have become a new hope among us dragons. He would have become an even more powerful dragon. Perhaps even my position would have been inherited by him. Kidiosis said with a sad face, Lord Dragon God, it's my fault. I have disappointed you. In fact, I always knew that I should have informed you about Demantedi's matter, but Demantedi interrupted Kidiosis. Lord Dragon God, please don't blame Kidiosis. I told him not to tell you. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. The Dragon God let out a long sigh and said, Silly children, you 2 silly children. You actually used your future happiness as a stake. Garamandes, do you understand? Everything they did was for you. Garamandes trembled and woke up from his thoughts. He raised his head and looked at Kidiosis and Demantedi. With tens of thousands of years of wisdom, he immediately understood the dragon god's meaning. Indeed, the Dark Dragon King and the Light Dragon King didn't inform the dragon god after they had child. Back then, because of the union between Kidiosis and Demantedi, Garamandes and the dragon god were at odds with each other. If he had informed the dragon god immediately after Demantedi's pregnancy, Garamandes would naturally have known about it. The dragon god was impartial, but the price for being impartial was to let his son go further away. With a wry smile on his face, Garamandes looked at Kidiosis and said, Why bother? In fact, I already thought about it very clearly 3,000 years ago. I shouldn't have interfered with your feelings and affected you. Your union wasn't wrong. Everything between me and the dragon god has nothing to do with you. I'm no longer a child, and I can think clearly about many things. Demantedi looked deeply at Garamandes and said, Can you really think it through? If that's the case, you shouldn't blame the dragon god anymore. For the just dragon god, power and responsibility are completely equal. Everything he does is for the sake of the whole dragons. Garamandes, if you understand, then you know what I should do. Garamandes frowned slightly, and a trace of persistence appeared in his eyes. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. The dragon god can't stay here for too long. Let's solve the problem at hand first. Dragon god, you already know the 2 things we want to talk about. How do we solve the Miorda's sealing bottle and the fusion of Nianbing and the Little Dragon King? First of all, the enemy is much bigger than we thought. If they choose to hide, even if the 7 of us do our best, I'm afraid we won't be able to find them. Secondly, Nianbing's current situation is very strange. It was because of me that he got involved in this matter. He sacrificed himself for us. No matter what, I have to help him recover. Can he wake up again? As long as he can come back to life, it doesn't matter even if I have to pay with my life. The dragon god said lightly, I already know about this matter. Garamandes, there's one thing I want to remind you. As the Dragon King, your life no longer belongs to yourself, but to the whole dragons. Therefore, you have no right to say anything about sacrificing yourself. I will deal with the matter of Miorda's sealing bottle as soon as possible. You don't need to go out and look for anything. As you said, if the enemy deliberately hides with the strength of the Lich, you won't be able to find them at all. You have to wait. Although Miorda's sealing bottle has been lost, there are very powerful divine restrictions on the 7 bottles. If you want to open them, you need the right time, the right place, the right people, and various other factors. You also need to find a way to break the ancestral curse in order to open the seal. What you need to do now is to calculate the nearest day of extreme Een as soon as possible, and then find the direction of the land of extreme Een on this continent. Only when the day of extreme Een comes, the divine restriction on Miorda's sealing bottle can be broken. At that time, it will emit an enormous amount of energy. With your strength, you will be able to feel it. As for what to do, I don't need to teach you. As for the situation of this human in front of me, it's also the first time I've seen it. Carry him over here. I need to use my divine sense to examine his body. Only then can I determine his current situation. Garamandes hurriedly stepped forward and carefully used his energy to lift Nian Bing's body. He sent her under the white light, allowing the light condensed by the dragon god's divine sense to envelop Nian Bing's body. The white halo gradually became stronger. The 7 dragon kings nervously watched the white light that had almost solidified. This was not only related to whether Nian Bing could be resurrected, but also related to whether the child of Ricadios and Demanteti could be reborn. How could they not be nervous? The white light gradually dissipated. Not long after, the light finally faded again. The dragon god let out a soft cry and said, "Strange, it's really strange. Could it be that, with your strength, you can't see the current situation?" Garamandes anxiously asked, "Then what's his current situation? According to the current situation, is it possible for him to recover?" The dragon god was silent for a while, then said, "It's hard to say, there's only a 50% chance. According to the situation you described just now, when he was hit by the Lich's last fatal blow, he might have used some method to protect his last breath of life. However, this breath of life also felt like it was broken because of the evil aura. Because of this, his consciousness was completely condensed in his brain, like an ordinary person when they died. Originally, in this case, even if he still had a breath of life, he would have died. But the situation of the child of Ricadios and Demanteti is just the opposite. You all know that we dragons are extremely powerful existences. Our bodies are more tyrannical than any other creatures, and our minds can't be affected by spiritual magic. Therefore, in that situation, the weakened evil light could only destroy your child's body, but his dragon soul, which was filled with strange energy, remained. In other words, although his physical body was completely destroyed, his spirit and dragon soul still existed. Because of this special and subtle relationship, they actually produced the effect of the fusion order. This human, called Nian Bing, once used his energy to help Demanteti give birth. Therefore, during the fusion process, the child of Ricadios and Demanteti didn't reject the aura of his body. In this case, it formed a very subtle situation. On the surface, we can say that this human called Nian Bing is mentally dead, but his body has the super recovery ability of us dragons under the effect of the dragon soul. Moreover, this child of Ricadios and Demanteti can produce energy very quickly, so the recovery ability of his dragon soul is much stronger than yours. In other words, this human's body will fully recover in a short period of time. With the super vitality of us dragons, the side effects of the curse have been completely compensated by the stubborn life force of the newborn dragon child. It can be said that this fused body is no longer a human. In a sense, he already has the body of a dragon, but he still has the appearance of a human. When this body is fully repaired and fuses with the dragon soul, your child will awaken and control this body. The reason why I say that he is strange is because this is already a half-dragon, half-human body. The appearance of a human and the soul of a dragon have fused together. Cagiones Dementateti, you can totally treat him as your own child. Chapter 127. The dragon god's words made the 7 dragon kings silent. Dementeti's sad eyes were full of joy. Not dead, my child is really not dead. This is really good, really good. Cagiosi was much calmer than his wife and asked, Dragon God, what should we do now? Nian Bing has done so much for us, but my child has taken over his body. This doesn't seem right. Could it be that Nian Bing's spiritual power has condensed in his brain? There is no possibility of recovery? The dragon god was silent for a moment and said, For an ordinary human, it is indeed so. When the spiritual power and consciousness are completely condensed and the soul has been scattered, that is true death, at least the consciousness is completely dead. However, the situation of this human is very special. He has opened the celestial eye blood in his 7 apertures. After his spiritual power and consciousness condensed, the soul that should have been scattered gathered in the celestial eye acupoint. Once he can regain consciousness, his celestial eye acupoint will be opened, and it will become an unprecedented special celestial eye acupoint. You have to understand that opening the celestial eye acupoint is extremely rare even in the godly mainland, let alone the Ingon continent. It can almost be said that every god who opens the celestial eye acupoint can become the king god and become the focus of cultivation of the godly mainland. However, although the celestial eye acupoint is good, there is a problem, and that is it has a drawback that conflicts with the spiritual power under certain circumstances. Although people who have the celestial eye acupoint can better control their spiritual power through the celestial eye acupoint under certain circumstances, under normal circumstances, it will affect the development and control of the spiritual power. However, Nian Bing's situation was different. His spiritual energy had completely fused with his heavenly eye acupoint. Once he opened his heavenly eye acupoint, the drawbacks of the heavenly eye acupoint would disappear due to the fusion with his spiritual energy. Only then will there be advantages. In the near future, as long as he opens 1 or 2 more apertures, his strength will be greatly improved. If his strength is greatly increased, then his future will be limitless. He will have a much greater advantage than the deities who cultivate on the godly mainland. Garamandes frowned and said, Dragon God, you have so much foreshadowing. What exactly do you want to say? You can just say it. The dragon god said, The reason why I explained it to you clearly is that I want you to have a choice. This half-dragon, half-human body can only develop in 2 ways in the future. You have to make a choice. The first method was to allow him to continue developing like this. In that case, although he had a human body, he could be considered a member of us dragons. As Cagios and Dementeti's child continued to grow, he would become your true child and possess your child's thoughts and abilities. There would even be some unique human traits. When he reaches a certain level of strength, his body will even transform because of the dragon power. With the human body as the foundation, he will once again transform into the form of us dragons. In that case, your child will be back. Moreover, he also had an extremely bright future. However, by choosing this situation, the human called Nian Bing could be said to be truly dead. This was because after the fusion of the celestial eye acupoint and the spiritual power, the seal would become stronger and stronger until it was completely sealed. The second option is to rely on the power of the 7 of you to inject your dragon senses into his body. Just like normal hatching, your child will grow quickly. After 7 days or so, your child's consciousness will mature. At that time, your child's consciousness will mature. By that time, you would use his strength to open the celestial eye acupoint and release Nian Bing's soul, fusing it with the spiritual power and consciousness again. At that time, Nian Bing would be the owner of this body after all, and he would regain his dominant position over this body. Therefore, his abilities would also be restored due to the recovery of his vitality. In addition, After fusing with the dragon soul, his strength would increase. However, if you choose this method, there would be two souls in this body, a human soul and a dragon soul, with the human soul as the dominant one. Unless Nian Bing is willing, you will not be able to come into contact with your child's soul. Therefore, of these two methods, one is the rebirth of a dragon child, and the other is the fusion of a dragon and a human. As for the choice, you are his parents, so it is up to you to decide. The 7 dragon kings looked at each other. The dragon god had already made it very clear. If they chose the first method, then the little dragon king would obtain real life with Nian Bing's body as the foundation. If they chose the second method, then they could resurrect Nian Bing, but the little dragon king would only have his clothes and his body. This was an extremely difficult choice. After all, they had only obtained their child after thousands of years of gestation. How would the dark dragon king, Kidiosis, and the light dragon king, Demanteti, choose? From a psychological point of view, who wouldn't want their child to be by their side instead of their clothes and others? Garamandes didn't say anything. Of course, he wanted to choose the second method, but he also wanted Demanteti's child to be resurrected. The complicated psychological struggle made him unable to express his opinion. He only looked at Kidiosis and Demanteti with some excitement, waiting for their choice. Although the other Dragon King's thoughts were somewhat different from Garamandes, they also didn't express their opinions. Everyone knew how difficult this choice was. On one side was their child, and on the other side was the friend and brother who protected the 7 Dragon Kings with their lives. They really couldn't say much. Tears flowed down Demanteti's beautiful face. Her body was trembling slightly. Kidiosis let out a long sigh, hugged his wife, and closed his eyes. In fact, when the dragon god mentioned the two options, they had already made their choice. However, facing this choice was absolutely painful. When Dark Dragon King Kidiosis opened his eyes again, he had already completely suppressed his emotions. He took a deep breath and said, "Lord Dragon God, we don't need to choose anymore. We choose the second option." His voice was very firm, without any hesitation. Demanteti just leaned on Kidiosis' shoulder and cried softly. She didn't stop her husband. The cave was very quiet, and Chaos's voice echoed. Garamandes and the other 5 dragons stood up from the ground. "From today onwards, I, Fire Dragon King Garamandes, swear that I will respect Kidiosis as my elder brother and leader. From now on, Dark Dragon King Kidiosis will be my boss." Garamandes said excitedly. His voice was already trembling. He knew very well that perhaps if he was in Kidiosis' position, he would also make the same choice. His voice was definitely not as firm as Kidiosis'. The dragon god's voice became gentle. "Kidiosis, Demanteti, have you two really thought it through? If you have decided to do this, then you can't go back on your words in the future. We dragons are a race that abides by our promises. I will give you one last chance. It's not too late to regret now. Perhaps you will only have one child in your life." Kidiosis seemed to be relieved after saying those words. He shook his head and said, "Lord Dragon God, we don't need to think about it anymore. If it wasn't for Nian Bing, not to mention our child, even the 7 of us might have been destroyed by the enemy. It was he who helped Demanteti safely lay the dragon egg. It was he who found the way to hatch the dragon egg. He protected us with his own life. In the end, he even used his own body to protect our child. Only then did he not destroy his body and soul. He gave our child a new life. He is a great favor to us. I have never seen such a human before. We dragons are a noble race. We have received such a deep favor from him, so we should repay him well. Now, I have no right to choose at all. Even if I use my own life to exchange for his, I will not hesitate. I wouldn't hesitate either. Furthermore, our child isn't dead yet. His dragon's soul still exists. Even though I'm not familiar with Nianbing, I believe in his character. Our child wouldn't be at a disadvantage in his body. Therefore, I don't have to choose anymore. Lord Dragon God, Demanteti, and I have decided to do this. This is what we should do. Good. Kitiosis, I didn't misjudge you. I didn't trust the wrong person. Your reason has won over your emotions. As the chief of the dragons, I am proud of your choice. Demanteti, you don't have to be sad anymore. In fact, your child still has a chance to be reborn. It's just that this opportunity depends on Nianbing, the human. If he can become the first human in the world to open the 7 apertures, then his strength will be so powerful that we can't imagine it. At that time, as long as he is willing, he can help your child reconstruct his body and export his dragon soul. Garamandes on the side was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, Lord Dragon God, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said this earlier, Kitiosis and the others wouldn't have to make such a difficult choice. Don't you know how painful they are now? Nianbing's first acupoint is the Tianyan acupoint. Coupled with the special nature of his body now, it may not be impossible for him to open the 7 apertures. The dragon god didn't get angry because of Garamandes's rudeness. 2 balls of red light lit up in the milky white light. In the center of the 2 balls of red light was a golden spot. Because this is a test for the dragon god. To be able to give up your child's rebirth in order to save your benefactor. Kitiosis, you have met the requirements of the test. I declare that you will be the next dragon god. From now on, I will impart to you the Dragon God Heart Sutra passed down in our clan. You have to practice it well. When you enter the 7th layer of the Dragon God Heart Sutra, you will take my place. Dark Dragon King Kitiosis's whole body shook and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Lord Dragon God, how can this be? How can you pass the position of Dragon God to me? I belong to the darkness. What is darkness? Darkness is the dawn before the dawn. There is no absolute light in time. Similarly, there is no absolute darkness. You don't need to think too much. I have already made up my mind. My spiritual sense can't hold on any longer. Calm your mind and listen to my imparting. The golden dot in the 2 red lights extended into a line and directly pierced into Dark Dragon King Kitiosis's dragon eyes. Kitiosis's whole body shook, but he quickly regained his stability. His body that was originally emitting a dark aura was gradually shrouded in a layer of golden light. The dragon god was the patriarch of the dragons. The previous patriarchs of the dragons were all born from the 7 types of dragons. In the process of the dragon god's birth, there was rarely any hereditary inheritance. It was determined by strength, will, and contribution to the dragon god. The current dragon god was the patriarch of the previous generation of fire dragons, which was the previous generation of Fire Dragon King. The Dragon God Heart Sutra was the highest cultivation method among the dragons. It was extremely overbearing. Without super strength as the foundation, it was impossible to cultivate it. In order to maintain the dignity of the patriarch, the Dragon God Heart Sutra could only be passed down to one person in each generation, who was the successor patriarch. In the history of the dragons, there had never been a dark dragon god. Kitiosis never expected that the dragon god would choose him instead of his own son. Moreover, it was after he lost Miordas's sealing bottle. The best way to distinguish between the dragon god and ordinary dragons was to look at the light emitted by the dragon power. Any type of dragon, after becoming a dragon god, would have a layer of golden light attached to their original energy foundation that represented the power of the dragon god. At this time, the dragon god decided to impart the supreme Dragon God Heart Sutra to Kitiosis, which meant that the successor of the dragon god had been born. Unless Kitiosis died unexpectedly, this had become an unchangeable fact. If it were in the past, perhaps Garamandes' dissatisfaction with his father would be even stronger. But his current state of mind was very peaceful and even felt a sense of relief. All these years of hard work, his highest goal was to inherit his father's position as the dragon god. At this time, there was no more worry, and Nianbing had the possibility of being resurrected. Garamandes suddenly found himself very happy to see such a result. After a short time, the layer of golden light gradually disappeared, and the dragon god's voice was not as clear as before. Well, Kidiosis, you have to work hard in the future. I have already told you the Dragon God Heart Sutra and the rights and obligations of the dragon's patriarch. I believe that when you inherit my position, you will become a more outstanding dragon god than me. Oh, right, there is one more thing. This human called Nianbing has made a great contribution to us dragons. We have to repay this kindness. When I was imparting the Dragon God Heart Sutra to you, I thought about it carefully. Miorda's sealing bottle has been stolen. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. I will give this human a promise. If he can come to the continent of gods in the future, I will use all my power to help him open the most powerful extreme emperor point of the human race. If he can't come to the continent of gods in the future, then from now on his descendants will receive the protection of us dragons until 3 generations. Well, I have to go. You have to remember my words, and always pay attention to the arrival of the day of extreme Een. That day will appear on the human Sunflower Day. If I remember correctly, that will be 2 years later in November. The milky white light disappeared, and the powerful dragon aura of the dragon god also disappeared. Nianbing's body was calmly lying on the ground, and her body was still emitting a layer of gray aura. Garamendi smiled and said to the Dark Dragon King, Katerios, "Boss, congratulations! From now on, you are really our boss." Katerios smiled bitterly. "Actually, our strength is about the same. Perhaps this should belong to you. If the Dark Dragons become the Dragon Gods, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on us dragons in the future." Garamandes laughed and said, "Katerios, when did you become so wishy-washy? What's wrong with that? As long as we work together, the dragons will be united. Do you think we need to care about the nonsense of those ordinary gods? Those main gods only know how to sleep. Besides, if you become a dragon god, you will be one of the main gods. We dragons have our own system in the continent of gods, so why should we care so much about them? If you want the dragons to develop better, you have to work hard to cultivate the Dragon God Heart Sutra. According to my father, the Dragon God Heart Sutra has 13 layers. In the past, the strongest dragon god of our dragon clan had only cultivated to the 11th layer. If you can cultivate to the 13th layer, maybe even that guy who calls himself the Divine King will not be your opponent." Hearing Garamandes call the dragon god father, the Dragon King couldn't help but smile. They knew that the knot in Garamandes' heart had been untied. Garamandes, when did your mentality become so good? If someone else snatches the east that I want the most, I can't stand it." Kadiri's bad habit of talking appeared again after the atmosphere relaxed. "Space Dragon King, Kadiri's, just now when I used my mind to communicate with the Dragon King, the Dragon God said that your talent is actually very good. It's just that you know too many things and learn too many miscellaneous things. That's why you are the weakest among us Dragon Kings. The Dragon God told me that I must take good care of you." Speaking until here, a trace of evil aura appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the true aura of the Dark Dragon King. Kadiri's whole body trembled. He slapped his own mouth and said, "Boss, it can't be. How could the Dragon God have such an auspicious instruction? It's all my fault. I'll go out to relieve myself first. You guys chat. Fatso grabbed Kadiri's and said with a smile, "What? You want to escape by relieving yourself? Just bear with it. We all agree that the boss should properly train you so that you won't be idle." Demanteti said, "Okay, stop fooling around. Before Nianbing fully recovers, no one is allowed to leave. We can't let any more danger befall him. Let's guard him here." Judging from the speed of his wound healing and the speed of his body transformation, it will probably take about 3 days to fully recover. At that time, we will work together to help our damned child evolve. Speaking until here, she couldn't help but look gloomy. Kadiri's hugged his wife tightly and said, "Don't be sad. Our child isn't dead, isn't it? Since that's the case, we still have hope. Besides, we still have 7 days before Nianbing replies. In these 7 days, he is our real child. Let's cherish these 7 days, okay? Garamandes suddenly said, I have a suggestion. All the Dragon King's gazes focused on Garamandes. Garamandes pondered for a moment and said, Right now, Nianbing's soul is sealed in the Tian Yen acupoint. This is both a bad thing and a good thing. If the time is too short, I'm afraid his soul won't be able to truly fuse with the Tian Yen acupoint. My father has already told me the disadvantages of too long a time. Moreover, if we let Xiaolong grow too quickly, it will be disadvantageous to his future development. I suggest that we extend the 7 days to 49 days. This way, not only can we help Xiaolong grow better, but we can also let Nianbing's soul truly fuse with the Tian Yen acupoint. 49 days isn't too long. It shouldn't affect him too much. After hearing Garamandes' words, the first to express her opinion was actually the arrogant Ice Dragon King Sausaries. She nodded and said, I agree with Garamandes' opinion. This is a very good choice and also safer. Anyway, I don't have anything to do. After this incident, it's better for us 7 Dragon Kings to act less alone in the future. If we stay together more, we can prevent our enemies from attacking us. Fatso also nodded and said, I also agree. We have been scattered all over the place for so many years. This time we have gathered together. Before this matter is resolved, we shouldn't separate. If there are any changes, we can join forces and ask the Dragon God for guidance. Anyway, for me, it's fine as long as I have a place to sleep. Karaderis said, That's right. Then it's settled. Kadiris saw that everyone's last ray of light fell on him and finally became smart. He hurriedly said, Okay, I have no problem. It's not bad to be able to be with everyone. Demanteti lowered her head. Thank you all. Of course. She knew that although Garamandes' suggestion didn't seem to have any problems on the surface, it was more to let her spend a few more days with her child. The Dragon King had lived for tens of thousands of years. Who wouldn't understand? It was just that they didn't point it out and even agreed with Garamandes' suggestion. For the Dragon King, whose lifespan was calculated in tens of thousands of years, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They had been guarding Nianbing in the cave. At this time, the period of time when the magic elements disappeared in the cold mountain range had passed. However, an even more terrifying energy storm was madly wreaking havoc within the range of the cold mountain range. The valley that was originally as warm as spring had now become like the outside world. It was full of a cold aura, almost turning a drop of water into ice. In this kind of environment, the ones who were most pleased were naturally the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King liked this kind of weather the most, and the Fire Dragon King Garamandes became the big furnace for the Dragon King to keep warm. Although it was very cold outside, the inside of the cave was as warm as spring under the effect of Garamandes' aura. It was very comfortable. The chaotic magic element storm couldn't affect powerful existences like the dragon gods. They could still extract the magic elements they needed from the energy storm. They were all waiting for Nianbing to wake up. Nianbing's body only took a day and a half to completely heal. However, he was still in a coma. Every day, he would only occasionally let out a few crisp, high-pitched cries. Demanteti always stayed by Nianbing's side. Because of the special nature of the little Dragon King's energy, she didn't dare to use her own energy to assist him. Everything could only depend on the little Dragon King's own ability. High-pitched. Nianbing's lips moved, which immediately attracted Demanteti's attention. Although this kind of situation had happened many times in the past few days, Demanteti would always look at him with special care. A mother's love was always the greatest and most selfless love in the world. Kadiris whispered from the side, high-pitched cries today. I don't think we dragons have such a tone in their language. Sausaries said disdainfully, Don't tell me you can remember what you said when you were young. Dementetti glared at Kadiri's. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, you can go outside and gain experience in the energy storm. It should be very beneficial for you. Kadiri smiled bitterly. Okay. Anyway, I'm all alone. You all bully me. Fatso relied on his tall figure and patted Kadiri's on the shoulder. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to become strong first. High-pitched, high-pitched. The crisp cries once again attracted the attention of the Dragon King. Nian Bing's body actually moved. He was trembling slightly, as if he was struggling with something. Dementetti was startled. She hurriedly grabbed Nian Bing's hand and said softly, Child, are you okay? Don't scare your mother. High-pitched, high-pitched. The cries became clearer. Nian Bing's lips were moving, and the skin on his face was beginning to melt. His bodily functions had completely recovered. Only his hair that had turned white due to the ancestral curse remained the same. Crispy tall. Nian Bing's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. His blue eyes seemed to be clearer than before. He blinked, and his eyes were filled with childishness. Crispy high. His voice sounded very excited as he dove into the Diamante's embrace, lightly rubbing against her full breasts. Crispy high. Except for Sasaris, the other male Dragon King were speechless. After all, Nian Bing was a grown man, and Dementetti was in the form of a human beauty. This kind of action was too intimate. Garamandes coughed, turned around, and walked out. He really couldn't stand this stimulation. Fatso, Caro, and Carlo hurriedly followed. Sasaris took a deep look at Nian Bing before following them. Dementetti acted as if she didn't feel anything. She let Nian Bing rub against her chest. Her eyes were filled with the radiance of a mother. She gently stroked Nian Bing's long white hair and softly said, Good child, it's okay. Mother is by your side. Mother will protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you. In her eyes, Nian Bing was her child, especially the dragon aura emitted from Nian Bing's body. She couldn't be more familiar with it. After giving birth to the little dragon for thousands of years, she had suffered a lot. Even if there was only a trace of the little dragon's aura, she could still clearly recognize it. Katirios also squatted down, although he felt a little strange that Nian Bing was rubbing against his wife's chest. After all, the one in control of Nian Bing's body was his son. Therefore, he could reluctantly accept this reality. Nian Bing affectionately rubbed against Dementetti's chest, looking completely like a child. Dementetti's eyes became more and more gentle. Crispy high. Nian Bing's voice became more and more pleading. Under the influence of her maternal instinct, Dementetti immediately understood his meaning. Her face became a little red. She raised her head and said to Katirios, Husband, can you go out first? I think the child may need to drink milk. He just woke up and his body is still weak. Katirios looked at his wife in a daze. You don't really want to feed him milk, do you? His body is recovering very well under the effect of dragon power. I think he shouldn't need it. Later, we will use energy to help him evolve. With the replenishment of energy, it doesn't matter whether he eats or not. Dementetti firmly said, No, breast milk is very important for the child. Our child needs nutrition. Husband, he is not Luanbing now, he is our child. Katirios bitterly smiled, but his body is still Nianbing's. Dementetti slightly frowned. How can you be like this? He is my child and also your child. Shouldn't a child drink his mother's milk? Husband, if you feel uncomfortable in your heart, you can go out first. It wasn't easy for us to have such a child. I don't want to have any regrets. Even if I want to milk him in the future, it will be impossible. Speaking to hear, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She lowered her head to look at Nianbing, and her gaze became even more benevolent. Nianbing looked at Katirios with blue eyes full of affection. Crispy high. Okay. Katirios helplessly sighed. That's right. He is our child now. Nian Bing, you brat, took advantage of my son. For him, there was no one more important in the world than Demanteti. Not to mention being touched by other men. Even if others looked at Demanteti more than a few times, he would be angry. But now, shaking his head helplessly, Katerios turned around and walked out of the depths of the cave. Kadiris, let's go. I will take you outside to exercise. It is not easy to encounter an energy storm. This is the best time for you to exercise. Boss, don't! Demanteti's eyes revealed a gentle smile. She gently lifted her clothes made of condensed energy, revealing her proud twin peaks. Nian Bing was not going to be polite. As soon as he saw the baby he hoped to see, he immediately cupped her full breasts with both hands, leaned forward, and gently sucked on the bright red nipple. Chapter 128. A strange feeling spread throughout Demanteti's body. Although she knew that the person in front of her was a grown man, she didn't have any superfluous thoughts in her heart. Nian Bing seemed to have really turned into a dragon, and was really her child. The strange feeling in front of her chest filled her heart with the pride of a mother. She gently stroked Nian Bing's long white hair, attentively nurturing her child. 10 days later. Crispy hi, crispy hi. All right, stop shouting. You clearly evolved to the point where you can speak human language, but you still can't change that childish voice of yours. Kadiris said unhappily. He had suffered a lot these days. Every morning, it was Demanteti who nursed Nian Bing. This period of time had also become his nightmare. Every time at this time, Kadiris would drag him outside to the energy storm to train. The Space Dragon King, who had never been interested in training, suffered a lot of abuse. He knew that Kadiris was venting the strange feeling in his heart on him, but he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, the storm would be even more violent in the future. In the afternoon, the 7 Dragon Kings would work together to help the little Dragon King evolve for 4 hours. During the evolution process, the little Dragon King would absorb a large amount of the 7 types of energy provided by the 7 Dragon Kings. Its evolution process was much faster than expected. By the time the 7 Dragon Kings had nurtured it for 8 days, it was already able to speak. However, the 7 Dragon Kings still hadn't figured out what attribute this freak's energy was. They couldn't feel how powerful that strange energy was, but they could fully feel the strangeness in it. The most prominent characteristic of the little Dragon King's energy was devouring, especially when the 7 Dragon Kings wholeheartedly transferred their energy into the little Dragon King's body. This devouring characteristic was even more obvious. Moreover, his learning ability was very strong. When the 7 Dragon Kings passed on their memories of dragons to him, he would soon be able to fully understand. 8 days. Although the 7 Dragon Kings had already reduced his evolution speed, the little Dragon King's intelligence had already reached the level of an ordinary 16-year-old human. I want to call her Mommy. Mommy, Kadiris bullied me. What? Ka-A-O, you bastard. You actually dare to bully my son. A white light flashed. The furious Demanteti rushed out of the cave. Without asking for the reason, she threw a punch at Kadiris. Kadiris had to admit that although he had suffered a lot in the energy storm, his strength had increased significantly. With a flash of silver light, the spatial Dragon King's body was instantly teleported 30 meters away under a dazzling radiance. All right, I'll say Demanteti. You're too protective of your child, aren't you? You've spoiled this little fellow so much. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran out. In the situation where the mother dragon was angry, it was better to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Moreover, this mother dragon had strong support behind her. Nian Bing giggled and moved to Demanteti's side. Holding her hand, he said, "Mommy is so good, Mommy. I want to drink milk." Demanteti blushed and said, "Darling, you've already eaten today. Moreover, with your current condition, you don't need to drink milk anymore. Nian Bing's body is much stronger than an ordinary dragon's, let alone a human's. When he circulates the energy in his body will become much stronger. When he used his energy, a layer of gray scales would naturally condense on the surface of his body. The strength of these gray scales was comparable to the 7 dragon kings. It was only a little weaker than Fatso's yellow scales. No, I want to eat. Mommy, I'm hungry. Nian Bing shook Demanteti's hand vigorously. Demanteti knew that her child would only be together with her for 49 days, so she was extremely fond of this Nian Bing in front of her. She simply couldn't bear to go against his wishes. She smiled helplessly and said, "All right then, you come with Mommy to the cave." After saying that, she pulled Nian Bing and walked into the cave. The other Dragon King were all cultivating outside the cave in the energy storm. After Dark Dragon King Kagiosis test, cultivating in the energy storm was much stronger than under normal circumstances. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Kagiosis was in the depths of the cave. Seeing Demanteti pulling Nian Bing in, he couldn't help but say to her, "Don't spoil this child too much. Spoiling won't make a good child." Demanteti said disapprovingly, "Am I spoiling him?" "No, of course not." "Crisp, crisp, crisp. Daddy, what are you doing?" Nian Bing echoed his mother's words. The word daddy immediately made Kagiosis' temper vanish. He kept telling himself that this was his son and not a human. He said in a bad mood, "You little brat, you're already so naughty when you're just a few days old. What will happen when you grow up? I don't care if you're naughty, but you have to remember the various creeds of us dragons. If you violate them, even I won't forgive you." Nian Bing stuck out his tongue and said, I know. Daddy, I want to drink milk. Are you still going out?" Kagiosis was stunned for a moment and said again, "Didn't you already drink milk today?" He still wanted to say something, but seeing Demanteti's almost pleading eyes, he could only helplessly sigh and said, "All right, but you have to be gentle, okay? You can't hurt Mommy." "Of course. Mommy is the person who loves me the most. How can I bear to hurt her?" Drinking milk was something that Nian Bing enjoyed the most. Every time he would try his best to delay the time and enjoy his mother's sweet milk. This time, he ate for a full hour before reluctantly letting go of the delicious taste in his mouth. What a comfortable feeling. "Mommy, I don't know why, but although I can accept energy from the outside world, I can completely replenish my body through food." Demanteti put away the clothes and said, "Perhaps this is because you have a human body now. Baby, what form is the energy in your body in? Although we can help you evolve, we can't feel your energy." Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure either. It seems to be a mass of gray energy. When I absorb your energy, I feel very comfortable. I will feel very comfortable. Yesterday, you guys helped me to evolve. The mass of gray energy seems to be smaller than before. It's just at my chest. I've memorized the incantation of draconic magic, but for some reason, I can't use it. On the other hand, it's easy to use Do Chi." After saying that, he waved his hand and a silver Do Chi appeared around his body. It was the Saint Do Chi that symbolized swordsman's level. Demanteti said, "Your body's condition is very good. In terms of magic immunity, physical attack, and physical defense, you're stronger than us. You're only inferior to Fatso. Your father and I have thought about it carefully, but we can't determine which type of dragon you belong to. As for the use of your energy, we dragons have never encountered such a situation before. Therefore, we can't teach you anything. You can only rely on yourself to explore. Baby, after you've completely evolved, this body of yours will be controlled by Nian Bing. At that time, you can enter a dormant state and properly understand the changes in your energy. We dragons need to undergo 3 evolutions in our lifetime. What we helped you with is only the first evolution. You'll have to rely on yourself for the next 2 evolutions. Of course, if you're appointed as the successor by the Dragon God, like your father, you'll be fortunate enough to cultivate the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Then, when you reach the 7th layer of the Heart Sutra, you'll undergo the 4th evolution. That's the super evolution of us dragons. Mother, why should I leave you? Why should I give this body to that sealed human to control? Demanteti barely suppressed the sadness in her heart and said softly, Because Nian Bing's current situation was caused by you. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid you'd have died long ago. He's done so much for us dragons. Yu Bin gave you hope to live, so no matter how you look at it, we have to help him answer his words. Repaying kindness is what we have to do. Moreover, it's not like you won't be able to see your mother in the future. When Nian Bing's soul is released and regains control of his spiritual power and consciousness, the two of you will coexist in this body with him as the master. You can communicate through your souls. When you want to see your mother, you can tell Nian Bing. I think, with his character, he won't stop you. Nian Bing pouted and said, So troublesome. It's really not good to not have my own body. If I meet that demon lord you're talking about in the future, I'll definitely kill him. Mother, you said something about the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. Can Father teach me? Didn't you say that Father is the next Dragon God? Just let him reserve me as his successor. Shoo, Demanteti made a shushing gesture. Be quiet. If your father hears you, I'm afraid he'll reprimand you again. You have to understand that we dragons can't let family affection affect the choice of the Dragon God. Unless you can overwhelm the other clansmen in all aspects, when your father knows that he can't continue to lead our clansmen, then it's possible for him to teach you the Dragon God's Heart Sutra. That's the highest cultivation method of us dragons. It's not easy to teach. The current Dragon King is your Uncle Garamandi's father, but because your father is more suitable to be the next Dragon God, he didn't listen to your uncle Garamandi's. If you want to be the next Dragon God, you must maintain fairness. Your father is the Dark Dragon King, so it's not easy for him to gain the trust of the clansmen. Don't make trouble for him. Don't say such things again in the future, especially not in your father's ears, understand? Although she doted on Nian Bing when it came to the clan's important matters, she didn't dare to be careless at all. She hurriedly explained to Nian Bing. Nian Bing stared blankly for a moment. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. He had never told the 7 Dragon Kings that his strange gray energy had another special ability besides devouring, and that was mind reading. With his current strength, he naturally couldn't directly invade the mind of the 7 Dragon Kings with this ability. However, when the 7 Dragon Kings helped him evolve and passed on energy and various knowledge of dragons to him, his mind was completely opened, and his ability naturally played a role. The reason why he hadn't said anything was that he had discovered many secrets among the 7 Dragon Kings. For example, the Space Dragon King Kadiris had always secretly liked the Ice Dragon King Sasaris, and had even peeked at Sasaris' underwear. For example, the Earth Dragon King Fatso also liked Sasaris, and even treated her as the object of his sexual fantasies. He was completely aware of these secrets. To him, the 7 Dragon Kings no longer had any secrets, and this naturally included the Dragon God Heart Sutra. Although Nian Bing only had the intelligence of a 16-year-old human, he also understood that it was absolutely taboo to arbitrarily reveal other people's secrets, so he concealed the fact that he had this ability. These 2 days, when the 7 Dragon Kings had helped him evolve, he would often search for these secrets that he had obtained. When he thought of all the interesting secrets in the hearts of the 7 Dragon Kings, he would secretly laugh on the side. Now that he heard Demanteti say that he couldn't cultivate the Dragon God Heart Sutra, he was even more determined to not reveal this ability. In any case, he already knew, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to secretly cultivate it. Although there was more or less an uneasy feeling in his heart, Nian Bing still couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. Mom, don't worry. I won't say it again in the future. In any case, this body won't be controlled by me in the future, so how could I say it? Hearing Nian Bing say so, Demanteti couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her heart. She felt that her previous tone was a bit harsh, so she gently hugged Nian Bing into her arms, and Silence enjoyed this moment of familial happiness. The little Dragon King's evolution speed was really too fast. In the end, it didn't delay for the 49th day. When the 36th day after he woke up arrived, the Dragon King's dragon power and various functions in his body had completely reached the expectations of the Dragon Kings. Demand Teddy knew that the child in front of her was about to be replaced with a human soul. Her heart was very painful, but this was something that couldn't be helped. The 7 Dragon Kings once again gathered in the depths of the cave and surrounded Psychic Ice like they always did when they were helping him evolve. Kagiosis's face was expressionless. He tried his best to calm himself down, but could he really calm down when facing his own son? It was very, very difficult. Child, your evolution is basically complete. Now, it's time for you to awaken Nianbing's soul in your Tian Yen acupoint. Although your energy is very strange, I can vaguely feel that it's very powerful. As long as you work hard to break through the seal of your Tian Yen acupoint, you will definitely be able to release Nianbing's soul. From now on, you will share this body. No matter what, you must remember that he is your savior. He is the one who gave you the opportunity to come to this world. Under any circumstances, you must help him selflessly, no matter if it's for him or for yourself. Only when Nianbing becomes a true powerhouse can he help you reconstruct your body and let you truly be yourself. Do you understand? Facing this strict father of hers, Nianbing was still a little afraid. He put away his usual mischievous appearance and nodded obediently, saying, "Father, I will definitely do it. Mother has already told me about this. But can I make a request?" Kagionis gently said, "Say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you." How could he be dissatisfied with his son's last request? Nianbing secretly looked at his mother and said softly, after I awaken that Nianbing, "Can I still drink mother's milk in the future?" Codilis couldn't help but laugh out loud. But when he saw Codilis' frosty expression, he hurriedly covered his mouth. After what he had gone through, he didn't dare to provoke this boss of his. Kagionis sternly said, "No, definitely not. Demand Teddy is your mother, not Nianbing's. Also, you have already completed the first stage of evolution. You have already passed the infancy stage and can't drink milk anymore." He reluctantly tolerated his son using Nianbing's body to drink milk. If he waited until Nianbing woke up to drink milk, he couldn't tolerate it no matter what. Although Nianbing could be said to be their family savior, the feeling of being cuckolded was definitely uncomfortable. Demand Teddy grumbled, "Lower your voice. Don't scare the child." Kagionis helplessly shook his head and said, "You just spoil him too much. All right, let's start. Later, the 7 of us will use our own energy to protect you. You try to break the seal of the Tian Yen acupoint. I have checked Nianbing's body and sealed his soul with the Tian Yen acupoint, but the seal is not very strong. When you turn the seal, it will be very strong. You just have to be careful not to hurt his Lingui. Only you can do this because you are now a part of his body. Only then will the Tian Yen acupoint recognize your aura. If it is our energy, we can only pray for the Tian Yen acupoint to be destroyed, but we can't open it. Do you understand?" Nianbing nodded and said, "I understand. Dad, Mom, take care of yourselves. Uncles, take care of yourselves. If I made you unhappy in the past, please forgive me, especially Uncle Kadiris. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. In any case, it won't be easy for you to see me again in the future." As he said that, he bowed deeply in 7 directions. Now his will was gradually maturing. After inheriting Kagionis and Demanteti's genes, he was gradually maturing and no longer fooled around like he was a month ago. He was about to leave, so he stopped fooling around. His eyes were a little red. "Wait a minute." Demanteti choked and stopped the 10th Dragon King, whose eyes were also red, from gathering his energy. Kagionis sighed softly and said, "He will leave us sooner or later. I can't bear to leave you, but..." Demanteti sobbed and said, "I don't want to stop you. It's just that, have you forgotten that our child doesn't even have a name yet? I think I should give him a name before he leaves, okay? At this point, she could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and burst into tears. The Fire Dragon King, Garamandes at the side, couldn't bear it and said, "Why don't we wake up Nian Bing in a few days? At least wait until Demanteti calms down a little." Cagiones shook his head and said, "It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. The longer it takes, the more reluctant we are to part with it. Okay, wife, you can give him this name, no matter what you give him." "I agree." Nian Bing looked at the 10th Dragon King and suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, let me decide my name. Let's take the 1st, 3rd, and 5th names of my father's name, and then change the order. Let's call him Oscar. You can also call me Kakasi. It's a very good name." Kagaosi's entire body trembled. He never thought that his son would actually choose such a name. Even if he used his parents' name, with the difference in intimacy between him and Dimant, he should have used Dimant's name. However, he had chosen his own name. Cagiones didn't understand, but a strange warmth had already appeared in the depths of his heart. The Space Dragon King Kadiris, who had always been very curious, asked Cagiones, "Why do you want this name?" "I remember Cagiones scolding you a lot." Oscar said indifferently, "No matter what, he is my father. According to human customs, a son should use his father's surname. We dragons don't have surnames, so I'll use my father's name." He said it very calmly, but it caused great waves in Cagiones' heart. Originally, he had been a bit uncomfortable because his son was using Nian Bing's body and was pestering Demanteti. It wasn't just because of Nian Bing's body, but also because his son had taken away most of his wife's love. However, when he heard his son's explanation, his eyes became moist. He regretted not treating his son better these days, and felt ashamed of the trace of jealousy in his heart. Oscar flicked the tears in his eyes. "Okay, what are you doing?" "Dad, Mom, it's not like I won't come back. Didn't you say that Nian Bing is a good person? She will definitely let me out to see you often. Okay, let's start. Remember, call me Kaka, Oscar." After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to condense the special energy in his body. The 7 Dragon Kings looked at each other. Cagiones took a deep breath and said, "Okay, my son has grown up. Let's start. Ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness." 7 different types of energy appeared at the same time. The 7 Dragon Kings' bodies burned with blue, red, green, yellow, silver, white, and black flames. After they raised their energy to the limit, they raised their right hands at the same time and carefully transferred the energy into Oscar's body. With the support of the 7 Dragon Kings, Oscar's body shook, and a layer of gray scales gradually grew on his body. The shape of his scales was neither like his father, the Dark Dragon King Cagiones, nor his mother, the Wise Dragon King Demanteti. It was an extremely strange shape. The middle of the scales outlined a beautiful arc, but the 2 ends were sharp triangles. The scales were small, but they were extremely dense. They densely covered every corner of his skin. A layer of faint gray aura pushed the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings away by an inch. Although it looked like it was pushed away, in fact, Oscar was still absorbing the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings. With the support of this energy, he stabilized his dragon soul and controlled his gray energy to slowly move up and invade the brain. The brain. It was the most complicated part of a human. If it was the spiritual power of a person, with just a thought, the energy would naturally enter the brain along a specific path and reach any place according to control. But wind, moon, net, fight. Now, Oscar had entered Nian Bing's brain. He knew that this was the most vulnerable part of a human. So, although he had planned the route in advance, he was still very careful. He didn't want Nian Bing to become an idiot after her soul returned to her body. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use this body to connect with his parents anymore. Gradually, according to the original route, the gray energy that Oscar was hugging was getting closer and closer to Nian Bing's forehead. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. Ever since he had this body, the only place his energy couldn't observe was the depths of Nian Bing's brain. At this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar aura here. He couldn't help but be stunned. Oscar paused for a moment. Although the spiritual power of a dragon was extremely strong, it still consumed a lot of his energy to move through the complex circuit of the brain without any damage. After a short break, he continued to move forward towards the familiar aura. He didn't have to worry about his soul losing contact with the dragon soul. With the strong support of the 7 Dragon Kings, even if there was an accident, his soul could be pulled back. When Oscar passed through the layers of obstacles and saw his destination, he couldn't help but be stunned. What appeared in front of him was actually a big door, the big door of the Tianyan acupoint, and at the entrance of the big door stood 7 people. 7 people who looked exactly like him. They all had different colors, representing ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness. 7 different types of energy, 7 different colors of light formed a special barrier, completely blocking the entrance of the Tianyan acupoint. Oscar's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the 7 Dragon Kings talking about Nian Bing's strength. Was this his shadow puppet of the complete element? That 7-colored energy was obviously his sky domain. Why would it appear here? Before he could think further, the 7 shadow puppets in front of the Tianyan acupoint had already surrounded him. Because they were too fast, the 7 shadow puppets brought out 10 faint after images. 7 completely different types of energy attacked Oscar's gray energy at the same time. What the F*CK? What kind of human was this? He was too abnormal. He actually used the complete element so cleverly. Wasn't he already dead? Why did his energy still exist? Why was he still guarding this door? Why was this so? Oscar's strange gray energy did not hesitate because of his doubts. It quickly condensed into a ball, protecting his soul. Fortunately, this strange energy was formed from 10 different types of energy. It would be used as a single type of soul for others. If it was attacked by the 7 shadow puppets, it would probably be destroyed. Ouch! The pain in his soul made Oscar cry out in pain. I had good intentions. Why did you hit me? Although his energy was already very strong, he did not train his soul. Facing these shadow puppets, formed from an unknown energy, his soul could only passively resist and could not fight back at all. Pain, it was really painful. Ling Gui's pain was far beyond the physical body, especially the blue and red shadow puppets. Their attack power was the strongest, and every hit made Oscar's heart twitch. The 7 Dragon Kings were also shocked outside because Nian Bing's body suddenly trembled without any warning. Her face revealed an extremely painful expression. Demantetti looked at Kateriosis with a questioning gaze, asking if he wanted to pull her son's soul back. Kateriosis hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head because he knew that if he failed this time, it would be even harder to succeed in the future. In front of Nian Bing's Tianyan acupuncture point, Oscar was almost unable to resist. He also wanted to leave this place with his soul, but he was surrounded by the 7 shadow puppets. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Just as Oscar felt that his soul was about to collapse, the 7 shadow puppets suddenly stopped. Oscar realized that their bodies were stained with his gray energy. A white light flashed, and the big door of the Tianyan acupuncture point opened automatically. Before Oscar could cheer, his soul was instantly sucked into the door. The 7 shadow puppets condensed into 7 colored light balls and floated down, heading towards Nian Bing's chest. Chapter 129. This was a transparent world, and everything around him had become extremely illusory. Oscar felt that something was wrong as soon as he came in, just like when he peeked at the 7 Dragon Kings. It seemed that everything about him was no longer mysterious, and everything was completely presented in this transparent space. Just as Oscar felt a little baffled, a surprised voice sounded in his soul. Who are you? How did you get here? Oscar was shocked and said, "Are you that human, Nianbing? Of course, I came here to take you out. The energy here has seen through me. Didn't you do it? Take me out? I'm already dead. Where can you take me?" Yes, the person who spoke to Oscar was Nianbing. A white soul floated over, and the white light gradually condensed and took shape. Nianbing appeared. His appearance was exactly the same as Oscar's energy form. The two of them looked at each other, and a strange feeling arose in their hearts. It was an indescribable feeling. Looking at themselves opposite them, they were a little stunned. After Nianbing blocked Evil Moon's final attack, his consciousness fell into a deep slumber. He felt like he was floating, but he couldn't feel the pain in his body. It was a very comfortable feeling. Everything around him turned dark, as if a voice was calling out to him. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind. "I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead," just like that. Then he lost all his perception. When he woke up, he found himself in this space. A person could only die once in their life, and no one knew what it was like after death. Nianbing only felt that he had come to a transparent and special world. This world seemed to have absorbed everything in his memory. This space seemed very small, but it also seemed to be infinitely big. He could only control his soul to float in it. There was no time in this space. The feeling of loneliness gradually smoothed out all the thoughts in his mind. Everything was no longer important. He was dead, and everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Because he always thought that he was dead, he opened his mind in this illusory space and felt everything around him. He was getting more and more skilled at controlling his soul. Now he could easily come to any corner of this transparent space. "Idiot, you're not dead. If you're dead, I'll kill you. Can you still talk to me?" "Your soul is still alive. It hasn't dissipated," Oscar said to Nianbing grumpily. Nianbing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Oscar, who looked exactly like her, and said, "Are you saying that I'm not dead? Then who are you? Another me?" His heart, which had been as calm as water for the past few days, began to ripple. There were still so many things waiting for him to do. How could he bear to die? Oscar nodded and said, "Of course you're not dead. Otherwise I would have died too. Do you still remember that red light you blocked at the last moment? You were flushed into my body by that red light. At that time, my physical body was destroyed by some despicable evil lord, and your soul disappeared due to the lack of vitality in your spiritual energy. I was the egg that you saved. My parents are the Dark Dragon King, Kidiosis, and the Light Dragon King, Demanteti, and I am that dragon egg. You can call me by my name. My name is Oscar, and you can also call me Kaka." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. She was an extremely smart person. Although Oscar didn't explain in detail, she could still vaguely guess some of it. She said anxiously, "Then I'm really not dead? What exactly happened? Tell me more clearly." Oscar chuckled and controlled his soul to float in front of Nianbing. Although the figure in front of him was exactly the same as him, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He realized that Nianbing's soul would naturally produce an energy that made him feel close to her. This energy and gentleness seemed to be very familiar. Of course, he didn't know that this was because when Demanteti had a difficult birth, it was Nianbing who used her own energy to help her give birth naturally. She also used her own 7 elemental magic to nourish his body. It was because of this reason that, even though it was the first time he saw Nianbing, he subconsciously felt close to her. To put it simply, your current form is your soul, and my current form is also my soul. You are a human, and I am a dragon. My original body was destroyed by Evil Moon, and my soul and dragon soul took the opportunity to merge into your body. Now, your human body is under the control of both of us. I have healed all your injuries and used the energy produced by the dragon soul to help transform your body. So, although your body looks like a human's, it actually has the toughness of a dragon. Your ability to resist magic and physical attacks has been raised to the level of a dragon. You should understand what I'm trying to say. The reason why I control my soul to come here is to awaken your soul, take you out, and regain control of this body. Oscar then told Nian Bing in detail everything that had happened these days. Nian Bing asked a few questions, and he answered them one by one. Not dead. I'm really not dead. Ha ha ha, this is great. Nian Bing, who was in her soul form, danced in joy in the Tianyan acupoint. What could be more fortunate than a dead person being reborn? He was really excited to be able to live again. Moreover, compared to before, he had an additional dragon body. All of this was really wonderful. Hey, are you crazy? Oscar looked at Nian Bing with some dissatisfaction. Nian Bing hugged Oscar excitedly. Even though they were both spirits now, the contact between their spirits was still real. Furthermore, it would leave a deeper impression on them. Thank you, little dragon. I can't believe that I'm still alive. I knew it. The 7 Dragon Kings are so powerful. How could they let me die? Oscar smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, whether it's you or me, we were just lucky. If my energy hadn't found your damaged body at that time, and your body hadn't been repaired by my energy in time, I'm afraid both of us would have been finished. Although my parents are powerful, they are definitely not omnipotent. I've always wanted to ask you a question. Can you please answer it? Nian Bing was in an extremely good mood. Ask away. I'll answer as long as I know the answer. Oscar laughed and said, You helped my father and the others so much back then. Don't you have any selfishness at all? Facing enemies so much stronger than you. You actually gave up your life to protect my father and me. This is really hard for me to understand. Don't humans treat their own lives as the most precious thing? Nian Bing smiled and said, Actually, I've only thought about this question carefully after coming here. It can be said that when I decided to protect you, I was 80% impulsive and 20% lucky. In my opinion, the 7 Dragon Kings are powerful after all. As long as I can hold on for a while, they will definitely hatch you. After all, it's the combined power of the 7 Dragon Kings. But it was more impulsive. I was really impulsive back then. Maybe you don't know, but ever since I separated from my parents, I've been a very rational person. Because I know, if I want to avenge my father, I have to face everything calmly. Because my enemy is really too powerful. Seeing your mother give up her own life to give birth to you, the great motherly love deeply infected me. Although my actions that day were for brotherly love, more importantly, it was for your mother's selfless love. I've been separated from my mother since I was young. I deeply know how painful it is for a child to not have a mother. I've already lost my mother. I really don't want you to lose her and your father when you're just born. At that time, I was very emotional. I suddenly felt that I was full of strength. So, I promised the 7 Dragon Kings to protect them and let them hatch you with all their might. You know what happened after that. I originally thought that my impulsive actions would lead to an irreversible tragedy. But now it seems that my luck is really extraordinarily good. Oscar's body trembled slightly. Demand Teddy had never told him what happened when she was pregnant with him. He only found out from Nian Bing how much pain his mother had suffered to give birth to him. This feeling was unforgettable. Nian Bing smiled and said, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, this body now belongs to both of us. As long as your parents are here, I'll let you handle this body. You can do whatever you want to do. I'll supervise you from inside the body. This way you can move around outside while I cultivate inside the body. When I'm outside, you can also cultivate inside the body. Isn't that great? Both of us won't waste time, and we won't have to worry about being disturbed when we're cultivating. Although sharing a body with the little Dragon King Oscar had many flaws, it was still much better than staying in this lonely space. Oscar nodded and said, Okay, you've already agreed to my request. Since you're so straightforward, I won't hide anything from you. Both of us have the same body at the same time. It can be said that our memories are already interlinked. Unless we rely on the energy of our souls to seal the special memories, we can use the fastest speed to understand each other. When you regain control of your body, you will definitely recall many strange memories. There will be many strange things in your memories. You must not tell anyone because my energy is very strange. I have the ability to read minds. Therefore, I have seen many things that I should not have seen. I'll seal some of the most confidential ones with my soul. As for the others, they might be of some use to you. What he wanted to seal was, of course, the most precious of dragons, the new dragon god's secret art. That must not be known by others. After growing and evolving, Oscar had already understood a lot of things. Nian Bing looked at Oscar in surprise and said, "When I helped you deliver the baby, I knew that your energy was very strange. Are you able to figure out what kind of ability you have now?" Oscar smiled bitterly and said, "I can't. Although my energy is very strange, I can't see how strong it is right now. To be honest, I can only use some of the basic attack and defense abilities of dragons. However, I can't use the mimicry magic and the powerful dragon's language magic. So, from a certain point of view, I'm not a qualified dragon. However, my father and mother are the Dark Dragon King and Light Dragon King, respectively. I believe that my strength shouldn't be too far away. When I understand my own energy, I'll definitely give them a surprise. What I can do now is to continuously cultivate this energy. Perhaps, when it accumulates to a certain extent, it will be able to manifest its own ability. Don't worry, although I'm cultivating in your body, it won't affect your body. Your original energy should be in the area between your chest and abdomen. You can continue cultivating there. I'll gather the energy near your heart, which is the weakest part of your body. Cultivating there will not only not affect you, it can also protect your heart. Our souls seem to be connected now. From now on, we'll rely on our souls to communicate with each other." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Thank you, Oscar. From now on, we'll be the closest of partners. May I ask, what kind of people can exist in our situation? All right, I want to go out and take a look. You said that the Tianyan acupoint has been opened, right?" Oscar nodded and said, "Yes, the Tianyan acupoint has been opened, but my soul has lost its connection with the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings. As long as we can summon their energy, we can be pulled out by them. At that time, you only need to use your soul and consciousness to merge together, and you will naturally be able to control this body. Remember, I'm at your heart." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat as he sensed familiar energy waves. They were the 7 auras of ice, fire, wind, earth, space, light, and darkness. He thought of the 7 shadow puppets that Oscar had encountered earlier, and a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. "Kaka, I know why you can come in. Your soul and dragon soul can survive in my body, so you must have been recognized by my body. Therefore, when you were attacked by the 7 shadow puppets, they were contaminated with your aura and immediately felt that you weren't an enemy. That's why they gave up on chasing you. Yes, it must be like that. If I'm not wrong, now my ice and fire magic has already come into contact with the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings. Although you can't feel the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings, I can. All right, let's go out together." Saying that, he pulled Oscar's hand, and through his soul, he summoned the energy that he was most familiar with. The transparent space slightly fluctuated, and everything around gradually became distorted. Various kinds of light constantly flickered in the Tianyan acupoint, and the extraordinary splendor it brought was so moving. Nian Bing felt Oscar's energy, and at the same time, Oscar also felt his. At this moment, 1 human and 1 dragon, the originally completely different souls, actually flourished a bridge of communication between each other. Through this bridge, they no longer needed to speak. As long as they thought about it, the other party would know what they were thinking. Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and he lightly shouted, "All right, let's go out." The 7-colored light burst out from the depths of his soul, and the already open Tianyan acupoint could no longer obstruct his soul. The 2 souls with the same appearance turned into 2 balls of light, one gray and the other rainbow. Nian Bing's soul was now mostly filled with red and blue light. surrounded by the other 5 colors of light. In terms of energy control, Nian was much stronger than Oscar, relying on his sense of energy, and with the energy of the 7 Dragon Kings as the foundation. He quickly broke free from the seal of the Tian Yen acupoint and followed the meridians down. Just as their souls left the brain and entered Nian body, suddenly Nian soul shook violently and Oscar's soul was automatically pulled out. Nian only felt his soul spreading to the surroundings, the familiar body, and every meridian clearly appeared in front of his eyes. Although the meridians had now become like crystals, that familiar feeling still made his soul abnormally shocked. Gradually, all kinds of senses returned to the bottom of his heart, and it was no longer just a single soul. Spiritual power, consciousness flocked, and various kinds of energy feelings, as well as the feeling of the body, quickly returned. His soul seemed to have exploded in an instant, spreading to every corner of his body and gradually disappearing. The surging spiritual power instantly communicated with the Tian Yen acupoint between his eyebrows. Through the Tian Yen acupoint, Nian saw everything around his body. The 7 Dragon Kings were anxiously looking at him, and the cave was still the same. The feeling of his skin and meridians were constantly transmitted to him. Nian found that he was full of power, not only the power of magic, but also that tough body. It was as if every muscle in his body was filled with abnormally huge, explosive power. The things he saw through the Tian Yen acupoint were no longer as blurry as before, and were like real eyes. No, it was even clearer than real eyes, and he could clearly grasp every trace of change in the surrounding energy. The things he saw through the Tian Yen acupoint seemed to be more colorful than before. Nian found that he was very sensitive to all kinds of feelings, and he could easily grasp even the slightest change in energy. In his chest and abdomen, the red and blue light balls were revolving in the center as before, and the other 5 magic energy balls were also revolving around them. With the help of the 7 Dragon Kings' energy, Nian body had completely returned to normal, as if everything had returned to the past, and also as if everything had changed. The feeling of his soul and body fusing again was so wonderful. Nian knew that he was alive again, and had once again returned to this wonderful and painful human world. All kinds of thoughts swarmed in, causing Nian mind to be a little confused. His consciousness and the newly recovered spiritual energy were exploring this familiar, yet strange body, and his meridians did not expand much. But everything in his body had changed. His heart was beating at 1/10 of its previous speed, and it only moved once every half a day. The speed of his blood flow was also much slower, and his meridians were filled with toughness and elasticity. Now this body was more like a condensation of energy. Wherever his spiritual energy passed, he could clearly feel the huge energy waves. He remembered Oscar's words, the body of a dragon, yes. He now had the body of a dragon. Oscar's soul seemed to be different from his own. He was still condensed, just like he said, staying around his heart, fusing with a gray liquid, and surrounding his heart. There seemed to be a lot of things in his brain, including the memories of Oscar occupying his body, and the secret of the 7 Dragon Kings that he mentioned. Garamandes was a little anxious. Just now, their energy clearly felt the call from Nian Tian Yen acupoint, but when they increased the speed of their energy output, they were surprised to find that they had lost contact with Nian body once again. Nian stood there calmly, not moving at all, but it was this calmness that made the 7 Dragon Kings very uneasy. Kajios frowned slightly and said, "Did you guys feel it? Nian body seems to be rejecting our energy. This is something that has never happened before." Wind Dragon King Karadiris said, "That is indeed the case. Perhaps Nian soul has already been brought out from the Tian Yen acupoint. His soul has been sealed in the Tian Yen acupoint for so long, it will take some time for it to fuse with his body, so we don't need to be anxious." Dementetti said somewhat anxiously, "What about Kaka? Can any of you still feel his aura?" She was always most concerned about her child, fearing that something would happen to Kaka. The Dragon King shook their heads. Indeed, none of them could feel Kaka's strange energy anymore, and they couldn't even feel the various situations in Nian Bing's body. Just when they started to feel a little scared, the gray energy around Nian Bing's body disappeared, and a layer of blue light covered every inch of his skin. A layer of cold aura appeared, as if it had fused with Sasari's energy. With a flash of blue light, the connection with the Ice Dragon King was naturally cut off. The layer of gray scales on the surface of his skin merged into his body, revealing his human skin once again. His skin looked very sparkling, and the healthy color made the 7 Dragon Kings feel a lot more at ease. In the next moment, the energy on the surface of Nian Bing's skin began to change, turning from blue to red. Garamandes only felt that his energy output was naturally increasing uncontrollably, and in the next moment a strong rebounding force appeared, bouncing back the energy he had input into Nian Bing's body. Immediately after, the color of Nian Bing's skin changed from red to green, from green to yellow, from yellow to silver, from silver to white, and from white to black. Every time the color changed, the energy output by a Dragon King would be bounced back from his body. His white hair, which had become a little longer than before, moved by itself without wind, floating behind him. When it finally changed to a black radiance, a 7-colored halo was emitted with Nian Bing as the center. It was his heavens, I domain. The 7 elemental heavens, I domain, caused the 7 Dragon Kings to feel their bodies tremble at the same time. In this innate domain, they could only feel the magical elements of the same element as themselves, under the cover of the radiance. The energy they had previously lost was quickly replenished, and their every movement seemed to be much lighter than usual. Amplification! That's right, it was the amplification ability of the heavens, I domain. Nian Bing moved. Opening his arms, he forcefully stretched his body, and his bones emitted a crisp and dense sound. The range of the heavens, I domain, was even wider, instantly spreading out to more than 5 meters away. It had already exceeded the strongest state he could release originally. Opening his azure eyes, there wasn't a trace of impurity in the clear light. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hello everyone, I'm back. Thank you all. In the heavens, I domain. It wasn't the domain that gave the 7 Dragon Kings power, but it was the domain that allowed them to absorb the magical elements of their element in the air faster. The 7 Dragon Kings looked at Nian Bing, who seemed to have changed a little, and their eyes revealed a look of relief. Nian Bing waved her left hand and took out a cloth from the space ring and put it on, covering her bright and clean skin. His gaze swept past the 7 Dragon Kings and finally stopped on the light Dragon King Demanteti. Perhaps because Kaka was the closest to Demanteti, or perhaps because he knew from his memory that he had once drunk Demanteti's milk, a warm feeling arose in his heart. Don't worry. Kaka is very good. He's cultivating in my heart. Whenever you miss him, I'll let him out to meet you. The same appearance, different temperament Demanteti knew. The one in front of her was no longer her son. Her eyes reddened, and she said, Nian Bing, thank you for saving all of us, and thank you even more for saving my child and Kagarosis's child at the last moment. Nian Bing said with a smile, You don't have to thank me, I did it of my own free will. I didn't have a mother by my side since I was a child, and I deeply understand the pain of a child without a mother. I didn't expect that I would be able to survive. My lost vitality is many times stronger than before with Kaka's help, and my body also has the toughness of a dragon. I should thank you all. With a faint smile, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a faint light. She put her hands together, and the heavens, I domain, was naturally withdrawn. A faint white light appeared between her eyebrows, and the white light seemed to solidify, forming a fine white line. The white line curled up slightly and turned into a tiny white, which remained between her eyebrows like a tattoo. If one looked carefully, they would find that the dot was not really white, but condensed by 7-colored light, just like the light of the sun. Garamandes took a step forward and came in front of Nian Bing. He looked deeply into Nian Bing's eyes and stretched out his right hand. "Good brother, welcome back." Nian Bing reached out and shook hands with him. Feeling the warmth of Garamandes's big hand, his heart was full of brotherly feelings. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect Miorda's sealing bottle." Garamandes grabbed his shoulder and said, "This matter can't be blamed on you. After all, your strength is so far away from that of the Lich, but you have persisted for so long. You have done too much for us. You will always be our dragon's friend." His last sentence was definitely not said casually. With the approval of the dragon god, the dragons could already treat Nian Bing as one of their own, like their own family, just like the ancestors of the white race. The 7 dragon kings gathered and looked at Nian Bing. Even though they had lived for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time they had seen a situation like this. They couldn't help but be very curious about Nian Bing's body. Nian Bing looked at the Dragon King and said, "Now that Miorda's sealing bottle has been lost, what do you all plan to do?" "We have received instructions from the Dragon God. What we need to do now is to wait. About 2 years from now, in November, there will be a day of extreme Een. At that time, the sealing bottle of Mordos will be used. So, from now on, we must prepare for that day. We have been too lazy all these years. Now that we have gathered together, we must work hard to cultivate and strive to further improve our strength in order to deal with the changes that will happen in more than 2 years. If we fail at that time, it's hard to predict what will happen. I'm afraid that even the continent of gods will be greatly affected." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "I've always heard you say that the sealing bottle of Mordos is very important. Now, can you tell me what's sealed in the 7 bottles?" Katerios glanced at the other Dragon King around and said, "Now, we have regarded you as a member of the dragons. In order to protect Miorda's sealing bottle, you almost lost your life. We should let you know the mystery of these 7 bottles." As he spoke, he raised his head and released a layer of black light. The black light instantly spread to every corner of the cave, forming a powerful seal. As long as the seal was not destroyed, even a powerful existence, like Evil Moon, couldn't hear the sound inside the seal. The other Dragon King scattered around. Katerios pulled Nian Bing to sit down and said, "This matter is very important. Not only is it related to the Yangon continent, but it is also related to the entire continent of gods. So, you must know that this matter must not be told casually in the future. Otherwise, it will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble and even cause panic on this continent." Nian Bing nodded and said, "So what is sealed in Miorda's sealing bottle must be a very powerful evil existence." Kageos sighed and said, "It's no wonder you think so. It's easy to imagine the title of God as the righteous side, but in reality, the winner is the king and the loser is a thief. Who can say who is righteous? Nian Bing, when you finish listening to my story, you will have a new understanding of this world." At this point, he paused and glanced at the other Dragon King. The Dragon King nodded at him. Katerios continued, "The world we are in ancient words, is a planet. And on this planet, more than 60% of the area is covered by a vast ocean. The continent only occupies 40% of it. Originally, 40% of the continent was connected. It is because of the Battle of Divine Remains that it became like this." Battle of Divine Remains? Chapter 130. Yes, the War of the Gods. The gods are the god race in the god continent, and this refers to the lost nation. In fact, they were originally all humans, but due to continuous evolution and development, they formed 2 different systems. Years ago, this world's continent was originally one whole piece, and the Yangon continent that we are in now is only a third of it. The entire continent is in the shape of a long strip, and the Yangon continent is the Yangon continent on the west side. And from the east side of the Yangon continent, there is a large mountain range that reaches into the sky. This mountain range separates the Yangon continent from another continent. You have also been to that mountain range before. It is the heavens-shaking mountain range that Garamandes originally lived in. However, the heavens-shaking mountain range that you see now is only a third of the original heavens-shaking mountain range. The other 2/3 are on the other continent, and the mountains are higher and the environment is worse. The most frightening thing is that the entire heavens-shaking mountain range is inhabited by all kinds of powerful demonic beasts. The strongest of these demonic beasts are even comparable to us dragons. This is not a place that you humans can cross. Even an expert like swordsman would find it difficult to survive under the siege of demonic beasts. At that time, the development of humans was far from what it is now, and they did not even think of crossing the sea to reach the other side of the mountain range. Nian Bing said, "If that is the case, then the original heavens-shaking mountain range should be the narrowest place in the entire continent." Cathiosis nodded and said, "That's right. Actually, on the other side of the heavens-shaking mountain range is the Lost Nation." The reason why the Lost Empire had such a name was because it was originally a very powerful country, and the people who lived there were also humans. However, later on, there was an unknown natural disaster that destroyed the original civilization. When the humans regained control of the continent, they came up with such a name. And on the border of the Lost Nation, there is another powerful empire, the so-called Empire of the Gods. Among the 3 continents, the Empire of the Gods is the smallest, and the number of humans is also much less than the other 2 continents. However, they are also the most powerful. The environment of the Empire of the Gods is extremely bad, and the people who can survive there are the strongest among the humans. They are the strongest among the humans. They call themselves gods, and we call them gods. Their leader is the so-called Master God. The God that these people called themselves was completely different from the God that you called for when you used magic spells. What you called for was actually the purest element between heaven and earth. No matter how powerful they were still humans. Originally, the Lost Continent had always been controlled by the gods of the godly mainland. Although the number of godly lands was small, their strength was not something that the Lost Kingdom could contend against. However, something happened later on that caused the Lost Kingdom to change. Actually, although we dragons belong to the Lost Continent, there are also our own kind living in the Lost Continent. For example, we dark dragons were originally from the Lost Continent. Nianbing had never heard of any of these things that Cathiosis mentioned before. This immediately piqued his interest, and he no longer interfered. He waited for the Dark Dragon King to continue speaking. The biggest difference between the Lost Continent and the Rangoon Continent is the race. The Sunshine Continent is completely based on humans, although there are special races like the Earth Dragons, but the number is too small. But the Lost Continent is completely different. There, although humans rely on their wisdom to occupy the dominant position, there are not only humans. There are also many powerful races that have formed their own system, such as us dragons. There are also the elves who are good at nature magic, natural archers, the dwarves who are good at forging and smelting, and many powerful magical beasts. Frankly speaking, the most powerful race in the Lost Continent should be the magical beasts. There are many races among the magical beasts. The reason why they are not successful is because their wisdom and strength are completely out of proportion. Without wisdom as a backing, how can they be a match for the intelligent humans? It is precisely because of the existence of these magical beasts that the 3 races of the Lost Continent, the humans, the elves, and the dwarves, formed the strongest alliance. They constantly fought against the magical beasts and drove them to the remote areas of the continent. After countless years of development, the Lost Empire on the Lost Continent gradually became stronger. They also became more and more unwilling to be ruled by the gods on the Gods Continent. After all, who wants to be enslaved? The humans of the Lost Country were extremely united. I don't know where they found a small part of the ancient civilization. Relying on this part of the civilization, the Lost Empire began to secretly become stronger. In the end, it was strong enough to contend with the Gods' Empire. Nian Bing couldn't help but ask curiously, what did they find? What did they do? Although Nian Bing didn't have any concept of the gods, in his mind, those gods should at least be existences like the 7 dragon kings. If the Lost Empire was full of such powerful beings, then how could ordinary humans contend with them? That was completely unimaginable. Kagiosis saw the doubt in Nian Bing's heart and slightly smiled. Actually, you don't have to think too much about the gods' empire. For example, us dragons are already a very powerful race in the gods' continent. Our dragon god is one of the 8 main gods of the gods' continent. Although we're not the strongest, we're not too far off. Simply put, the strength of the ordinary gods in the gods' empire is about the same as your human dojia. They will also grow old and die, but they are just a bit stronger than you ordinary humans. They are not as scary as you think. Only the main gods can rely on their powerful strength to live forever. Of course, us dragons are an exception because we have a long life. Every generation of dragon god will enter the aging stage when they are around 30,000 years old, and the next generation of dragon god will inherit the position of the new dragon god when they are around 20,000 years old. However, you can imagine that even the weakest of them can reach the strength of a dojia. Ordinary humans can't contend with them. The reason why the Lost Empire found a way to contend with them was because they relied on the advantage of numbers to become stronger. They found the prehistoric civilization and carried out various optimizations. Through the marriage between humans and various other races, and even the fusion of the crystal cores of humans and magical beasts, they actually evolved humans into neo-humans. Neo-humans! Nian Bing widened her eyes in surprise. Kajios glanced at his heart and smiled bitterly. In a way, your current situation is more like a Homo evolutus, but the difference between you and the Lost Kingdom's Homo evolutus is that you have 2 souls inside your body. Think about it. If the intelligence of humans is combined with the advantages of other races, the entire race will become stronger. From the day the new humans were born, the Lost Kingdom gradually became stronger. However, they were afraid that the godly mainland would discover their secret, so they gathered all the new humans together for training. After all, the godly mainland was too strong and wanted to compete with them. They had to wait and use time to improve themselves. However, as the number of neo-humans increased, the secret could not be completely hidden. The gods' continent still knew about the Lost Empire situation. Unfortunately, those arrogant gods did not immediately take action. In their opinion, even if the humans had evolved, it was impossible for them to compete with the entire gods' continent, especially those powerful gods. Every one of them had strength that ordinary humans could not imagine. Therefore, although they paid attention to it, they only ordered the Lost Empire to stop the research of the neo-humans. They did not take any practical action. Of course, don't think that those gods were stupid. They were actually thinking about their own interests. After all, although the gods' continent could live, the conditions there were too bad. Many of the things that were used for enjoyment were provided by the Lost Empire. The gods there only treated the Lost Empire as their own granary. Therefore, they did not force them too much. However, these gods did not know how far the Lost Empire's neo-humans had developed. Not only had they nurtured new humans, they had also secretly nurtured a batch of top-notch experts among the new humans. These were the so-called Lost Warriors that the Lost Empire had referred to. These warriors' strength had already reached the level of martial saint, and all of them had fused with powerful demonic beast crystal cores, as well as continued to cultivate. Their strength increased rapidly. Nian Bing said, "So the Lost Empire took advantage of the gods' continent's negligence and launched a war against them." Kagiosis shook his head and said no. Emperor Luther of the Lost Empire was a very wise man. Not only did he not take advantage of the gods' continent's negligence to launch an attack, but he also took the initiative to admit his guilt to the gods' continent. On the surface, he stopped the development of the neo-humans because he knew that with their current strength, they were still unable to compete with the gods' continent. However, the surface stop increased the cultivation of the neo-humans, dwarves, and elves. The three races were all working hard for the belief of freedom. After 1,000 years, when Emperor Luther 17 ascended the throne, the Lost Empire finally felt that the time was ripe. They used all kinds of advantageous situations to organize an army of neo-humans and quietly moved towards the gods' continent. Speaking until here, Kagiosis sighed and said, "If things had developed according to the normal situation, perhaps the final victory would have been the Lost Empire. After all, that army of neo-humans gathered all the elites of the Lost Empire. Unfortunately, the Lost Empire still failed. They failed in the hands of a despicable person. This despicable person was the Prime Minister of the Lost Empire at that time. This person's name was Kaldan. He betrayed Luther 17. When the neo-humans moved out, he secretly reported to the gods' continent through a special method. Because of this, the gods' continent was prepared in advance and launched a sneak attack on the neo-humans." Speaking until here, Kagiosis' eyes revealed a trace of deep sorrow. It was as if he had been added to the battle 10,000 years ago. The 8 main gods launched a sneak attack on the Lost Empire's neo-humans at the same time. They joined hands and used the most powerful forbidden spell. Perhaps your understanding of forbidden spells is only at the 11th step. However, I can tell you that on the other 2 continents, although the 11th step is very powerful, it is not called a forbidden spell at all. A true forbidden spell can move mountains and fill seas. Can you guess the result of the 8 main gods' all-out attack? I'm afraid you can't imagine it. At that time, the neo-humans' army suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, the connection between the Lost Empire and the gods' continent was destroyed by 8 super forbidden spells that were at the 17th step. This caused a huge change in the Earth's crust, and the gods' continent was separated from the original continent. The gods' continent's environment was originally very bad, and they had already made preparations beforehand. They had already gathered the gods on the other side of the continent. However, the Lost Empire suffered heavy losses. The powerful forbidden spell not only destroyed more than half of the neo-humans' army strength, it also brought disaster to the Lost Empire. At least 2/3 of the creatures in the eastern part of the Lost Empire died because of the volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. The Lost Empire was filled with mourning, and corpses could be seen everywhere. The originally powerful Lost Empire suddenly declined to less than half of its original strength. After Kaldan reported the news, he had already escaped. The Lost Empire fell into a panic. However, it was fortunate that the huge tsunami blocked the gods' continent's counterattack, giving the Lost Empire some time to recover. Those 10 years could be said to be the most difficult 10 years of the Lost Empire. At the same time, it was also the most united 10 years of the Lost Empire. In those 10 years, everyone in the Lost Empire knew that once the tsunami was over, once the harsh environment returned to normal, they would receive a devastating attack from the gods' continent. For their own survival, for the survival of their descendants, everyone in the Lost Empire worked hard to complete their mission. They worked tirelessly, and the warriors were bitterly in love. Everyone in the Lost Empire was evolving into a new human. The warriors were bitterly in love, and everyone in the Lost Empire was evolving into a new human. 10 years. In just 10 short years, the Lost Empire's national strength had actually recovered to 80% of its peak. This was a miracle. 10 years later, when everything became peaceful again, the gods of the gods' continent finally came. This time, in order to completely destroy this country that dared to resist them, the gods' continent not only sent 7 main gods, but also more than 80% of the gods' continent's strength. They no longer wanted to continue living on the gods' continent, although the environment there could create powerful humans. But the environment there also reduced their fertility to the lowest. They only had one goal in coming to the Lost Empire, and that was to completely take over this empire. For those who dare to resist, there is only one word, and that is to kill. As soon as the word kill came out, a huge killing intent gushed out from Katerioxis. His eyes flashed with blood-red light and were filled with deep hatred. Demanteti quickly went up to hold his hand, and only then did the dark dragon king's mood gradually calm down. Nian Bing sighed and said, "That should be a disaster more serious than the tsunami." Kateriaxis nodded and said, "That's right, it was a disaster more serious than the tsunami. The Lost Empire didn't compromise. After so many years of enduring, they were filled with the desire for freedom. They didn't want to be enslaved again, so they could only resist. For themselves and for their descendants, they resisted with all their might. Every one of them until the last trace of life, but only their bodies gave up. Their souls were still filled with obsession. Nian Bing, do you know? That day, I saw the figures of the warriors of the Lost Empire in you. You were just like them. For your own goal, you didn't hesitate to give up everything." Nian Bing sighed and said, "What was the final result? Did the Lost Empire lose?" A trace of pride appeared in Kateriaxis' eyes. No, it was the opposite. Not only did the Lost Empire not lose, they defeated the enemy and obtained the final victory. They defeated the gods' continent. For of the 7 main gods died in the Lost Empire's land, 90% of the gods they brought with them died, and the population of the Lost Empire sharply decreased by 60%. It was no longer a battle between humans. It had risen to a battle to the death between races. It was a battle of beliefs. One side wanted to obtain freedom, while the other side wanted to rule. Luther 17 once said that even if the lost continent were to fight until there was only one person left, they would never submit to the godly mainland. It was because of this belief of his that they won. The lost country won the battle of the godly remains, which had the most casualties in history. Hearing this, Nian Bing's heart trembled. A continent that was about the same size as the Yangon continent had lost 60% of its population. How many people had died? The unimaginable scene of corpses strewn across the land kept flashing in his mind. Kateriaxis' excitement quickly fell. Unfortunately, the Lost Empire's victory was obtained by the advantage of numbers. After the 3 remaining main gods of the gods' continent suffered a crushing defeat, how could they be reconciled? So, the scene of a catastrophe happened. At that time, when the lost continent was attacked, the only main god who didn't participate was the dragon god. At the same time, the dragons didn't participate, because the dragon god didn't want to kill his own race. However, with the gods of the gods' continent suffering such a crushing defeat, even if the dragon god didn't want to, he had to stand up. At that time, the dragon god had only taken over the position of the dragon god for 100 years. In terms of strength, he was the weakest among the 8 main gods. In order to take revenge, the 3 main gods who returned from the lost continent came up with a terrible idea. They gathered all the remaining gods of the gods' continent and used a very special method to gather their energy. Then, at the cost of the 3 main gods' lives, they launched an unprecedented magic. This magic is also known as the strongest forbidden spell. It is also the only time in our world that a rank 18 forbidden spell appeared. No one knows where the incantation of that forbidden spell came from, but I remember that terrible scene very clearly. A rank 18 forbidden spell. The name of that forbidden spell is called the Summon of Time and Space. To be precise, it should be space magic, but it can no longer be described by space magic. The entire lost continent, under the effect of that forbidden spell, was completely controlled. A huge crack in space and time opened up, sealing the lost continent in another world, another unknown world. Can you imagine? Another world? Another time and space? The entire continent? Heavens, what is that? Nian Bing couldn't imagine it. Those who hadn't experienced the Great War of the Gods wouldn't be able to imagine it. After the seal, the summon of time and space left behind 7 marks, including the 7 marks of the entire lost continent. These 7 marks were sealed in 7 bottles, which are the Miordas sealing bottles. Miordas means devil in the ancient language. This name was given by the gods of the gods' continent. It means the bottle that seals devils. However, in their eyes, there were also humans who were devils. The lost continent was sealed in another time and space. At that time, Luther 17 led the entire Lost Empire full of resentment. They gathered all the remaining strongest magicians and used the strongest rank 17 forbidden spell, leaving a trace of hope for themselves. That forbidden spell, they used the method of cursing to leave their mark in the summon of time and space, and forcibly left this mark on the 7 Niordas sealing bottles. These 7 bottles couldn't be brought to the gods' continent to be sealed, and were left in the Rangoon continent. We, the 7 Dragon Kings, were left here from that time, responsible for guarding these 7 bottles. Nian Bing couldn't imagine that the Miorda's sealing bottles actually involved a continent that once existed. He was stunned, and his sluggish eyes seemed to see the resentment left behind by the lost continent. Dark Dragon King Kajio sighed and said, "Are you very curious why I originally belonged to the Lost Empire, but now I joined the Gods' continent? Actually, before the Lost Empire was sealed, we Dark Dragons and some dragons that belonged to the Lost Empire were all taken care of by the Dragon God. He took us in on the grounds that we were of the same race and forced us to leave the Lost Empire. Otherwise, I might have disappeared along with the Lost Empire." Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Then those so-called gods are the evil side and the Lost Empire is the righteous side." Garamandes, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "What is righteous? What is evil? Whoever has the biggest fist is righteous." After sealing the Lost Empire, the gods of the gods' continent naturally became righteous. If you think that they enslaved the Lost Empire is wrong, then in order to resist them, the Lost Empire used real people to experiment on the evolution of new humans. Is that righteous? There is no real boundary between righteousness and evil. Kajio's originally belonged to the Lost Empire, and from his description of the situation, you will naturally feel that the Lost Empire is the side that is worthy of pity. But if this matter came from my mouth, it could be said that the gods of the gods' continent sacrificed themselves to save the world and sealed the evil humans. Kajio's nodded and said, "That's right. With different beliefs, our understanding will naturally be different. 10,000 years have passed, and I have already thought it through. That is why I have been guarding Miorda's bottle of sealing. It is because I do not wish to lose the Lost Empire's rules and cause a disaster for the humans. Perhaps they will live a better life in another dimension." I continued to speak. At that time, Luther 17 ordered all magicians to use the ancestral curse to leave behind a mark at the last moment. He said that if anyone is able to open the seal of the 7 bottles and let the Lost Empire return to this world, then the Lost Empire society will recognize him as their master and will be under his control. This is also the reason why the evil lord wanted to snatch Miorda's bottle of sealing. 10,000 years have passed. Who knows how the Lost Empire has developed? At the very least, it is not much worse than the godly continent. If they are really controlled by an ambitious person like the evil lord, then a world war will break out. That will be another disaster for the humans. We dragons are not willing to see that happen. That is why we have to do our best to stop it. This time, Miorda's bottle of sealing has been snatched away. I am afraid that it will cause a huge wave in the godly continent. Those gods who are in deep sleep should also wake up. Ever since that battle 10,000 years ago, until now, the godly continent has not regained its original population. What I have told you today is a secret even in the godly continent. You might also know that some experts in the Yangon continent who have reached a certain level of strength will be sucked into the godly continent. When they arrive at the godly continent, the first thing they will do is to be brainwashed. They will be instilled with the thoughts of the gods and will be completely loyal to the gods. Thinking about it, I feel that it is funny. We are all humans, but we have to do so many tricks. All right, now that I have explained the situation clearly to you, 2 years later, no matter whether the seal of Miorda's bottle of sealing can be opened or not, I am afraid that it will cause a lot of chaos. How you choose will depend on yourself. I will give you the most pertinent advice. I hope that you can stay away from this and not get involved in it. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. I heard from Garamandes that your biggest wish is to take revenge. This is a very special time. If you are willing, we can help you." Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but tremble. If the 7 dragon kings were willing to help her take revenge, then the ice goddess priestess was nothing. Her eyes shone with excitement. However, this excitement only lasted for a moment. After a moment of silence, Nian Bing shook her head and said, "No need. I will settle my own matters. All along, hatred has always been the driving force in my heart. If this driving force is gone, perhaps I will become dispirited. I want to use my own strength to find the ice goddess priestess. No matter if my parents are still alive or not, I must defeat her myself." Garamandes frowned. "Do you think you can do it in a short time?" Luan Bing shook her head. "I don't know. However, if my parents are really dead, then I will do it at all costs. Maybe the current me is not enough, but if I can become a bit stronger and enter the realm of Archmage, with the help of the life curse spell, I will at least have some confidence in taking down the ice goddess priestess with me." "No, you can't," Demanteti anxiously said. "Could it be that your parents wish for you to die in order to avenge them? That will make them even more sad. That's why you have to listen carefully. The life curse spell is very dangerous. Although you now have Kaka's powerful vitality as a guarantee, that spell is very evil. Who knows what will happen when you use it again?" Hearing the 2 words Kaka, Nian Bing suddenly realized something. She sighed. "Auntie, can I call you that? Now that Kaka and I are sharing this body, I will call you Annie. I was too impulsive. You are kind. I will take good care of my body for my parents and for Kaka." Garamandes said, "Nian Bing, you have already stayed here for 40 days. What are your plans from now on? Are you going to find your wife?" Nian Bing bitterly smiled. "No, I won't look for her for the time being. I will go to the Ice Moon Empire. I just received news that my parents might not be dead. I want to investigate this matter. At the same time, I also want to go back to Ice Snow City to see some friends." Hearing the 3 words Ice Snow City, Garamandes' eyes lit up. "Good, that's great. I will go with you. With the 2 of us together, even if we meet the Demon Lords group, we can at least run away. Moreover, he is afraid of being discovered by us, so he must be hiding somewhere." The fatty on the side chuckled and said, "Old Fire Dragon is in love." Nian Bing was stunned. She looked at Fatso, then at Garamandes, who had a strange expression. "What's going on?" Garamandes looked at Nian Bing and the other Dragon King's suspicious gazes, then angrily said to Fatso, "Don't talk nonsense. I am going there for proper business. All right, let's not talk about other things. Nian Bing, you have just regained control of your body. Rest for 2 days. Then I will accompany you to Ice Snow City. Boss Kajios, you guys continue to work hard. Just treat it as me protecting your son." Fatso's eyes lit up. "I will go too. It will be safer with me." He was most reluctant to part with Nian Bing's food. Demanteti hesitated for a moment. How could she not want to follow by Nian Bing's side? Kajios hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let Garamandes go. The others will stay here and train." Seeing the disappointment on his wife's face, he sighed in his heart. The reason why he didn't let Demanteti go was because he was afraid that she would bring more trouble to Nian Bing because of her love for her son. Even Demanteti was rejected. Fatso couldn't say anything more and could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. Nian Bing smiled. "Auntie, don't worry. After I settle my matters, I will let you guys meet frequently. Kaka seems to have entered a wonderful state of training in my heart. I am afraid that this state will be maintained for a while. Don't worry, I am him and he is me. I will protect him well and not let him suffer any harm." Chapter 131. 3 days later, in the sky above the cold mountain range. "All right, you can say it now." Nian Bing finally asked the question in her heart. After 3 days of meditation, he had completely mastered his own body. The toughness of his body surprised him greatly. After all, it was the body of a dragon. Now, Even if he didn't use magic, a casual punch from him could make a hole in a hard rock. His strong body made him immune to magic of the 9th level and below. Without the strength of an archmage, there was no way to threaten him. Garamandes said with some embarrassment, I fell in love with a girl in Ice Snow City. Nian Bing, seeing that I'm your big brother, you have to help me when the time comes. I see that you're quite good at chasing girls. Teach me. Although I've lived for so many years, I really don't have much experience in this area. Nian Bing looked at him dumbfounded and said, So what Fatso said was true. But could it be that you fell in love with a human girl? Is this okay? Can a dragon and a human combine? A human's life is only 100 years, and you're an old man. Aren't you afraid that you'll be sad after your wife dies? Moreover, the body structure of you dragons is quite different from that of humans. Even if you can turn into a human, if there's a problem after the combination, it'll be troublesome. Garamandes snorted and said, I knew you would say that. But don't forget, I'm the great Fire Dragon King, Garamandes. With my strength, can I solve these problems? Since our Dragon King can already change into a human, he can naturally adjust his own body structure to be exactly the same as a human's. As for the age you mentioned, that's even less of a problem. Think about it. With my strength, I'll train my woman well. As long as she's willing to work hard, it won't be difficult to reach the realm of gods. Her lifespan won't be a problem at all. Looking at Garamandes's serious face, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little amused. It seems that you're serious this time. But why do I remember that you like the bright Dragon King, Anti-Dementetti? Garamandes blushed. He said that's all in the past. Now that she already has a child, what's there to worry about? I'm not that stubborn. I have to think about my own happiness. Nian Bing chuckled and said, Let's put that way. This time the human girl is still very attractive to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so serious. I really want to see what kind of girl can make you so moved. How do you want me to help you? Garamandes seemed a little shy. He smiled bitterly and said, How would I know how you can help me chase after her? Just tell me. I'll agree to any condition you have. Nian Bing chuckled and said, You're the one who said it. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. All right, tell me how you two met and what happened. Then I can give you some advice. Looking at you, you must have met with a lot of resistance from her. Garamandes smiled bitterly and said, You're right. I'm the great Fire Dragon King, but I can't do anything about this girl. Nian Bing, you have to help me. Back then, I met her in Ice Snow City. The first time I saw her, I didn't have any special feelings. I just thought that this human girl was very beautiful. At that time, I saw a human man begging her. When I got closer, I heard that the man wanted her to give him a chance. The man's tone was very weak. He sounded like a coward. I thought it was very interesting, so I continued to listen. Guess what happened in the end? When the man got tired of the girl, she slapped him in the face on the street. I was stunned. So ruthless. That was a solid slap. Even a few of the man's teeth were knocked out. Then she turned around and walked away as if she didn't do it. The man was lying on the ground for a long time before he crawled over. He was in a very sorry state. At that time, I became interested in this girl. When she hit people, she was very fierce. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes with a dumbfounded expression and said, Boss, you're not a masochist, are you? You even like this kind of girl. I really admire you. Garamandes said with a little embarrassment, I don't know what's wrong with me. Emotions can't be controlled by reason. I secretly followed her and found a chance to touch her. Guess what happened? She angrily shouted and asked me if I had eyes. Then she raised her hand and hit me with a whip. You know that with the strength of my body, that whip can't hurt me at all. However, when have I, the great Fire Dragon King, ever suffered such humiliation? She hit me, and I even have the power to kill her. But I don't know why, in front of her, I just couldn't get angry. I just watched her leave. From then on, I tried to find a way to see her every day. I kept appearing in front of her, but she was like chasing away flies. Sigh. I have never suffered such a big setback in my life. Nian Bing, you have to help me. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, You're really special. As expected of a dragon. You're really different from what people think. What did you do every day when you saw her? Did you just look at her and let her hit you? Have you ever expressed anything to her? Yes, of course. I stopped her a few times and said, Miss, how about we be friends? In the end, she immediately raised her hand and hit me. Luckily, I can withstand hits. If it was a normal human, they would have been injured by her. Nian Bing was speechless in her heart. Good, you're really good. With the way you talk, how can she be friends with you? Garamandes said, How would I understand the rules of you humans? But I also told her other things. I asked her what I should do to make her like me. She said that she hated flies the most. She liked manly men. I asked her again, What does it mean to be manly? She said, The most important thing about manly is strength. If I can beat the person she appointed, then she will consider being friends with me. So I went with her to a place called Warriors Guild and fought with some guild master there. Don't say that old human man had some skills. He could barely be considered a swordsman. I had to punch him to send him flying. But I only sealed his dochi. I didn't hurt him, because we dragons can't casually hurt humans. But that girl was only stunned for a moment. Then she asked me, You must know this guild master, right? You want to lie to me? Get out of here. I was wronged at that time. How could I casually know a human? But no matter how I explained, she didn't believe me. She even hit me a few times. Then she turned around and angrily ran away. Then I met Fatso. Because Demanteti's matter was urgent, I didn't dare to delay and rushed to the cold mountain range. That's how it is. Nianbing, teach me what I should do. Why did I clearly defeat that human? She still doesn't want to acknowledge me? Nianbing smiled bitterly. It's no wonder she doesn't acknowledge you. Boss, think about it. What kind of strength is it to defeat a swordsman with one punch? Who would have guessed that you are so terrifying? That girl naturally doesn't believe you are that strong. Of course. She would think that you and the Warriors Guild master came together to lie to her. But you're really something. Who did the Warriors Guild master provoke to provoke such a fiend like you? What's that girl's name? After all, I stayed in Ice Snow City for a while. Maybe I'll have some clues. When we get there, I'll help you think of a way. Chasing a girl isn't that easy. Actually, he himself didn't know how to chase a girl, relying on his outstanding appearance and status as a magician. Since he entered the continent, there were always girls around him. In the end, he chose Feng Nu. At that time, they were already in love with each other. There was no need to talk about chasing. Garamandes lowered his head and said, I also don't know her name. Nianbing, who was flying, almost fell from the sky. What? You chased after her for so long and you don't even know her name? You're really something. Boss, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Then, does she have any special characteristics? Garamandes thought for a moment and said, She likes to wear my favorite red clothes. Her family runs a restaurant. Also, the food she made at that time was really good. I seem to have heard other people talking about her mention some crazy girl. Silence. Nianbing stared blankly in front of her. The whistling cold wind kept blowing past her. Of course, she knew who Garamandes was talking about. Crazy girl wasn't the crazy girl Xuejing? She never thought that the person Garamandes liked was actually Xuejing from Qingfeng Zhai. How could it be so coincidental? The bitter smile on Nianbing's face deepened. She sighed helplessly. After all these years, she still had to face what she had to face. Originally, she was most afraid of seeing Xuejing when she returned to Ice Snow City. However, with Garamandes' relationship, it was impossible not to. Garamandes saw that Nianbing didn't say anything and couldn't help but ask anxiously, What's wrong? Don't I have any hope at all? Nianbing shook her head and said, I can't say for sure. However, I do know the girl you're talking about. Her name is Shuejing. She and I can be considered old friends." Garamandes said happily, "That's great. With you as the middleman, it'll be much easier for me to woo her." Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "That's just what you think. Whether Shuejing will treat me as a friend or not is another matter. Do you want to hear the story between her and me? Speaking of which, I really let her down back then." Garamandes frowned slightly and said, "You stinking brat, don't tell me you like her too? You should know that you can't covet your friend's wife." Nian Bing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't give me that. When I first met her, you were still sleeping somewhere. It's like this." Then he started from when he left the peach blossom forest and explained in detail how he entered Ice Snow City, how he joined the Cool Breeze sect, and everything that happened between him and Shuejing. F***CK. She's such a good girl, and you actually lied to her and even chased her away. Nian Bing, I'm going to kill you." Garamandes put on a false show of strength as he gestured at Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, you have to think about me too. I have a blood feud, and I didn't know where my future was at that time. Even now, I still don't know. How can I accept her feelings? Moreover, Shuejing isn't my type. I can't force myself to accept someone I don't like. Since that's the case, I can't hold her back. It's definitely the right choice to cut off the thoughts in her heart. I say, boss, don't you like her? If I had accepted her back then, would you have had a chance? Although Shuejing's temper is a little bad, she's a good girl. If you really like her, I'll try my best to help you. Sigh, but it's a little difficult. I don't know if the grudge in her heart has disappeared after all this time." Garamandes smiled and said, "All right, what you said makes sense. Indeed, if you had taken her back then, I wouldn't have had a chance. This time, Nian Bing, you have to help me more. Tell me quickly, what is she like? Why did she fall in love with a brat like you? Is it because you're more handsome? But you don't seem to be as handsome as me." Nian Bing glared at Garamandes and said, "No wonder there aren't any cows down there. They were all blown away by you. Are you very handsome? If you're handsome, you'll be beaten into a pig's head." "Bullshit, I'm a dragon. Don't compare me to a lowly creature like a pig." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know what Shuejing likes. Maybe she liked me back then because of my culinary skills. If you're willing to take me as your teacher, I can teach you my culinary skills. As long as you can work in the Clear Wind sect, you'll have a chance." Garamandes's eyes lit up, but he quickly said dispiritedly, "Forget it. Who knows how long it'll take to learn culinary skills? I can't wait. Nian Bing, help me think of an easier way." Nian Bing sighed and said, "I knew you wouldn't want to learn. Wait until we reach Ice Snow City. During this time, Shuejing must have changed a little. Who knows what kind of person she likes now?" Garamandes laughed and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll definitely cooperate with you." Two figures cut through the sky and left the cold mountain range, heading north. Ice Snow City was still the same as before. The war in the south did not affect the second largest city in the empire of the far north. The city gate was open, and the passers-by were bustling with activity. It was a prosperous scene. Nian Bing and Garamandes landed in a remote place 10 miles away. At this time, they had already arrived at the city gate. Seeing Ice Snow City again, Nian Bing couldn't help but sigh. More than a year ago, she was still an ordinary magician. But now, more than a year later, her magic was enough to contend with an expert of the Archmage level. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. She didn't know how Ling was doing after returning. Had she been waiting for her all this time? Let's go in quickly and eat at the Clear Wind sect," Garamandes urged. These 2 days he felt that Nian Bing was flying too slowly, so he personally flew with him across half of the Ice Moon Empire. When he thought that he would be able to see Shuejing soon, his heart couldn't help but heat up. Once the feelings that had been suppressed for 10,000 years exploded, it was even more scorching than a volcano. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "There's no rush. It's not time to eat yet. We'll just walk over. Boss Garamandes, you must always remember that this is a place for humans. Don't casually show off your great abilities." Garamandes snorted and said, "All right, I know. Nian Bing, brat, let's go quickly." The two of them passed through the city gate and walked into the city. After living here for several months, Nian Bing was already very familiar with the city. Almost every place was the same as when he left. There weren't many changes. Those familiar shops, those familiar streets. Ling Yanbing couldn't help but be immersed in it. He thought of the water goods ironware shop. There he got his first divine sword. It was also there that he met his beloved Feng Nu. He didn't know how Feng Nu was doing. She should have already recognized her godmother. Perhaps they had already gone to the Feng people together, with his godmother by Feng Nu's side, and with Feng Nu's own strength, there was nothing to worry about in terms of safety. As they walked, suddenly there was the sound of hurried horse hooves from the side of the road. Nian Bing looked over and saw a group of knights in bright armor rushing towards the interior of Ice Snow City. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. When he lived in the city for so long, he didn't see any soldiers galloping in the city. What was going on? Did something happen in Ice Snow City? Thinking of this, he stopped a passerby and asked, "Hello, what was that group of knights doing just now? They are riding horses in the city so fast. Aren't they afraid of danger?" The passerby whispered, "Don't be nosy. Recently, Ice Snow City has not been peaceful. Since the treasurer ran away more than 2 months ago, Ice Snow City has been in chaos. Miss Wise Girl is the fiancée of His Highness, the 5th Prince. This time, she actually ran away secretly. When His Majesty found out, he was furious. For more than 2 months, he has been investigating all possible suspicious places in the city, hoping to find some clues. Our Lord of the City is suffering. Sigh. I really don't understand why Miss Wise Girl ran away. Isn't it good to marry into the royal family?" Nian Bing's heart moved. So it was because of Luo Ro. It seemed that his godmother's action was really fast. With Luo Ro's intelligence, naturally she wouldn't be caught. That was good. When she went to the Ottoman Empire, she would definitely have a better development under that specific political background. He didn't have to worry about her. This time, he had helped her to the end. When he had the chance to go to the Ottoman Empire in the future, he would probably see her there. The Ice Moon Empire lost a talent because of an inexplicable marriage. He didn't know if their king was a fool. When Garamandes heard the word Wise Girl, his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Wise Girl, who is that? This title sounds very strange." His voice was very loud, and it immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. The passers-by who were pulled by Nian Bing ran away quickly. Nian Bing pulled Garamandes to speed up and whispered, "Keep your voice down. The word Wise Girl should be taboo in the city now. I don't want any trouble." Originally, there were 3 great beauties in Ice Snow City. They were Wise Girl Luo Ro, Soft Girl Longling, and the crazy girl you like, Xu Edging. I also know this Wise Girl. She ran away because she didn't want to comply with the political marriage. Now you understand. Okay, let's go. Don't you want to go to Qingfeng Zhai to eat? Garamandes's spirit was lifted. He tidied up his clothes and raised his head. He had a resolute appearance. Although he was not as handsome as Nian Bing, his temperament was easy to attract attention. Today, in order to see Xu Edging, he used his energy to transform into a red warrior suit with golden edges, which set off his strong dragon body and made him look even more mighty. Nian Bing wore a bamboo stick on his head. No matter which country he was in, only old people would have white hair. He didn't want to attract attention, so as soon as he landed from the sky, he combed his hair and covered it with a bamboo stick. When they came to a small road not far from Qingfeng Zhai, Nian Bing stopped and looked at the people passing by. He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, when he saw Xu Edging, what should he say? He didn't know. He really didn't want to face the girl he had hurt. However, Garamandes' warmth made him have to face it. Qingfeng Zhai, a place Nian Bing was familiar with. Countless things had happened here. The Deshang Pavilion opposite Qingfeng Zhai had some changes. The beautiful waitresses in front of the door were gone, and only 2 male waiters were serving the guests. The business of Qingfeng Zhai was obviously much better than the Deshang Pavilion, and there were many more guests. It seemed that the change in strength caused by Nian Bing's appearance hadn't changed much until now. Let's go. We've been here for half a day. Nian Bing, I'm hungry. Let's go in and eat. Garamandes saw that Nian Bing's expression was a little strange. His eyes seemed to be a little blurred, but he didn't rush him. Nian Bing sighed in his heart. He had to face what he had to face. Since he was already here, there was no need to run away. Since it was his fault, this time he came to apologize to Xuejing. Thinking of this, he nodded and walked out of the small road with Garamandes, heading towards Qingfeng Zhai. The comfortable and elegant atmosphere of Qingfeng Zhai was still the same. As soon as he entered, Nian Bing felt a little more relaxed. The faint fragrance of flowers and plants made him feel relaxed and happy. It was indescribably comfortable. Garamandes looked around. He didn't find his target, so he walked to an empty table and sat down, muttering to himself, "Why isn't she here? Forget it. Let's eat something first. Anyway, eating is a kind of enjoyment." When he came here, his heart calmed down a lot. With Nian Bing by his side to help him, it was much better than the confusion he felt when he was chasing after Xuejing. Nian Bing walked to Garamandes' side and was about to sit down when a voice suddenly sounded. "I'm sorry, gentlemen. This place is already reserved. Please change to another table." Nian Bing was stunned, but Garamandes had already stood up. They didn't want to cause trouble, and Garamandes didn't want to leave a bad impression on Xuejing. However, when they looked around, they found that the lobby of Qingfeng Zhai was already full. Only the table in front of them was empty. Nian Bing frowned and said, "Now that there's only this table, where should we sit? Is there room in the private room?" The waiter said politely, "I'm sorry we're full now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait outside for a while. I'll get a number for you. When a guest checks out, I'll invite the 2 of you in." Garamandes said impatiently, "No, I'm tired. Anyway, there's no one here. Let's eat here first. Your restaurant is open for business. Can't you satisfy the needs of your customers?" The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but this table was reserved by a distinguished guest. He has already paid a lot of money, so we can't make the decision. Please don't make things difficult for us, okay? Thank you." Nian Bing looked at the position of the table and suddenly understood. This table was the best position in the entire lobby. Not only was it close to the window, but it was also very elegant. From here, he could see the elegant decorations of the entire hall. None of the customers in Qingfeng restaurant made a ruckus, and this table was the quietest one. The surrounding customers all kept a certain distance from this table. Judging from the waiter's words, the person who reserved this table was probably very rich. How long has that guest reserved it? Since there's no more room, why don't we sit for a while? He didn't know this waiter, so he was obviously new. The waiter was stunned for a moment because when he saw Nian Bing's azure eyes, his mind suddenly went into a trance. Ever since Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint was opened, his spiritual power had reached a whole new level. Although he didn't deliberately release it, his eyes were not something that ordinary people could match. While the waiter was stunned, Nian Bing had already sat down next to Garamandes. The waiter reacted and immediately became anxious. The person who reserved this table was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the owner of Qingfeng Zhai couldn't afford to offend him. Just as he was about to continue persuading, a cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. "Since these 2 gentlemen want to sit here, then sit down. Anyway, I'm a little bored eating alone." Nian Bing and Garamandes looked up at the same time and saw a 27 or 28-year-old youth wearing a blue robe walking towards their table. The youth looked somewhat familiar to Nian Bing. He was handsome and although his voice was cold, there was a faint smile on his face. When he saw Nian Bing looking at him, Nian Bing nodded. At first glance, he looked very plain. Apart from his blue robe, there weren't many decorations. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his blue robe was extremely exquisite. It definitely wasn't something that an ordinary tailor could make. Just the various patterns embroidered with thin silver threads on the robe required a great deal of craftsmanship. Moreover, Nian Bing could sense a trace of energy from the robe. It seemed to be the energy of ice. Nian Bing narrowed his eyes and quietly opened his celestial eye acupoint. Through his celestial eye acupoint, he could clearly see that every single silver line on the blue robe was emitting a faint aura of energy. Although the energy was very faint on the surface, it was completely contained within. This robe was definitely a treasure. Just the defense of the robe itself was equivalent to the defense of a fifth-tier spell. Nian Bing's heart was slightly moved. Who was this person? The value of this robe was so high. Looking at the noble temperament that he unintentionally revealed, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The waiter hurried to the front of the youth and respectfully bowed. "Sir, you've come." "Look." The youth waved his hand and smiled. "It's all right. You can leave." After saying that, he walked to the table and sat down opposite Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled slightly and politely said, "I'm really sorry for taking the seat you reserved." The youth smiled and said, "It's all right. Seeing that the two of you have an extraordinary bearing, it's my honor to be able to eat at the same table with the two of you. Feel free to order anything you like. I'll pay for this meal." Although he spoke politely, Nian Bing caught a glimmer of light in his eyes. Nian Bing felt that this person was very shrewd. It was obvious that he could tell that Garamandes and herself were not ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not be so polite. However, since the other party was so polite and wanted to treat them, he could not say much. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Nian Bing said, "May I know your name?" The youth said, "No need to be so polite. My name is Yen Yun. You can just call me by my name. What about the two of you?" Garamandes looked at Yen Yun with a strange gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Nian Bing beat him to it. "I'm Nian Bing. This is my elder brother, Longhua." Yen Yun nodded and called the waiter over. He did not ask Nian Bing and Garamandes and said to the waiter, "Serve the best dishes. I want to entertain my friends." The waiter agreed and hurriedly ran off. One had to know that the price of the Clear Wind restaurant was higher than that of the Great Success Pavilion. If all the best dishes were served, it would not be difficult to spend more than 100 gold coins on a meal. Seeing Yen Yun so carefree, Nian Bing was even more puzzled. Garamandes said indifferently, "Since you're willing to treat us, we won't be polite. However, my appetite is bigger than the average person. Since you're treating us, you'll have to let me eat until I'm full." Yen Yun smiled and said, "Of course. I don't dare to say anything else. But I still have the money to treat you to a meal. Brother Long, feel free to eat." A mischievous smile appeared in Garamandes's eyes. He said, "All right, then I won't be polite." The dishes were served very quickly. In fact, their table was already full before the guests who came earlier than them could serve their dishes. The surrounding guests did not raise any objections. Garamandes was not going to be polite and immediately started eating in an extremely indecent manner. Nian Bing ate slowly and chatted with Yen Yun as she ate. Through chatting, she realized that Yen Yun was extremely knowledgeable in all aspects. His casual words were always somewhat profound. Chapter 132. Yen Yun didn't feel anything at first, but as the third table of dishes entered Garamandes's stomach, his eyes began to show some surprise. One must know, these 3 tables of dishes cost 300 gold coins. Seeing that Garamandes's speed didn't decrease at all, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Of course, it wasn't because of the money, but because of Garamandes's appetite. One must know, a table of sumptuous dishes was enough for 10 people to eat. But after 3 tables of dishes, Garamandes didn't change at all. Even his stomach didn't protrude at all. Nian Bing didn't eat fast, about the same amount as him. Through the conversation, he found that Nian Bing was very reserved. She would say a few words about ordinary things, but once it involved his and Garamandes's identity, she would immediately cover it up and not say a word more. Good, this is really delicious. Come, brother Yen Yun, let the waiter serve another table. Yen Yun smiled and nodded. He ordered the waiter to serve the same dishes and said, Big brother Long, whose appetite really makes me envious. If I could eat as much as you, I might be able to grow a little stronger. Garamandes cleaned up the remaining dishes on the table and said vaguely, You cultivate ice attributed do qi. No matter how much you eat, your body won't change. Unless you reach the level of swordsman, only then can you change your body's shape. However, it will take at least 10 years. Yen Yun was shocked. He had the strength of a pugilist, but Garamandes didn't even look at him. How could he not be shocked when he saw his current state? His heartbeat suddenly became a little more vigilant. He smiled and said, Yes, it will take another 10 years. Cultivation needs to be done step by step. Even if I rush it, it's useless. There aren't enough ingredients to serve a table, Mr. Yen. Please change the dishes. A calm voice sounded, without the courtesy of a waiter. Nian Bing and the other 2 looked in the direction of the voice. Garamandes's body suddenly trembled. He didn't even have time to eat because the person who spoke was Xu Ejing, the person he had been thinking about for a long time. Xu Ejing was still the same as before, but compared to the last time Nian Bing saw her, she was a bit thinner. Her red dress set off her full and graceful figure, as gorgeous and dazzling as a blooming rose. Of course, all roses have thorns. However, he had to admit that Xu Ejing was not inferior to Long Ling and Luo Ro when she was not angry. Yan Yan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stood up and said, Miss Xue, hello. I'm really sorry about today. My friend here has eaten a little too much. If you don't have any more ingredients, just serve him some delicious food. Xu Ejing looked at Garamandes strangely. Because Nian Bing was wearing a bamboo hat, she couldn't see Nian Bing's appearance. He's your friend? She pointed at Garamandes. Yan Yun nodded and said with some surprise, Could it be that Miss Xue knows Big Brother Long Yan? That's great. We've only just met. Xu Ejing's face became a bit colder, and she took large strides to Garamandes's side. Who told you to come? Last time we chased you away. Why did you come back like a fly? Our Cool Breeze restaurant doesn't welcome guests like you. Get out. Garamandes was stunned for a moment, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. He sighed and said, Miss Xue, your Cool Breeze restaurant is open for business. How can you chase away guests? I know you don't have a good opinion of me, but I didn't come to bother you this time. No matter what, shouldn't you let me finish this meal before you leave? His meaning was very clear. Since I didn't provoke you, what right do you have to chase me out? Is your family running a restaurant? This move was taught to him by Nian Bing in advance, and then he used it himself. Garamandes had used the sorrowful ticket in order to win a trace of sympathy. Sure enough, his move was effective. Xu Ejing was stunned for a moment, and then she frowned and said, Then quickly leave after you're done eating. You're not allowed to bother me, do you hear me? Garamandes picked up a dish with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. I'm only here to eat. I like the food here, that's all. Is that wrong? Miss Xue, aren't you being too overbearing? Nian Bing had told him before that girls like Xu Ejing hated flatters the most. The more you obeyed her, the more she looked down on you. Xu Ejing had obviously never met Garamandes with such an attitude. Well, hello! I haven't seen your temper for a few days. Garamandes smiled and said, Even if my temper is a little longer, I'm afraid it can't be compared to you, Mississippi, you. Xu Ejing was a straightforward person, and she didn't know what patience was. Her eyes flashed, and she raised her hand towards Garamandes. Her hand unexpectedly carried a faint red douqi, and it was obviously not a joke. Miss Xue, please be merciful. Blue Do Chi was emitted from Yan Yan's hand, and it carried an icy aura. He grabbed Xuejing's hand. Why is Miss Xue angry? My friend is only here to eat. If you have any grievances, please give me some face, how about it? Garamandes looked at Yan Yun grabbing Xuejing's hand, and his eyes almost spat fire. The trace of goodwill he had towards Yan Yun immediately disappeared. He snorted and stood up. Since this place doesn't want to keep us, we'll just leave. As he spoke, he directly walked towards Xuejing. He didn't avoid Xuejing at all, and directly bumped into her. Xuejing actually didn't struggle when Yan Yun grabbed her hand. When she saw Garamandes walking over, her other hand immediately slapped towards him with Do Chi, and the light of anger in her eyes rose again. Garamandes allowed Xuejing's palm to hit his body with a bang, and he didn't even move. Instead, it was Xuejing who took a step back. Under the guidance of the energy, Xuejing's body shook, and she immediately broke free from Yan Yun's grip. Yan Yun was shocked. He had some understanding of Xuejing's strength. Although she didn't use her full strength, it wasn't light. He knew that even if he had the treasured robe on him, he wouldn't dare to use his body to block Xuejing's palm. However, not only did Garamandes block it, he even forced Xuejing to take a step back. His strength was probably above his own. Xuejing glared at Garamandes. All right, you still dare to hit me? I'll kill you. A scorching aura rose around her body, and the Do Chi in her hand instantly became stronger. At this moment, a somewhat helpless voice sounded. Don't fight anymore. Xuejing, your temper still hasn't changed. Xuejing was stunned for a moment. She looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the person wearing the bamboo hat stand up and lift the bamboo hat a little. Her delicate body shook violently. Xuejing was immediately stunned, and the Do Chi that was rising naturally dispersed. She didn't know if it was because of excitement or anger, but her voice was trembling. You're back. Nianbing sighed softly. Yes, I'm back. Big Brother Long Hua is my friend, so please show mercy. Xuejing had already recovered from the shock of meeting Long Hua. Her eyes reddened. You still know to come back. You. Garamandes looked at Nianbing strangely. Nianbing was looking at Xuejing and said with a bitter smile, Xuejing, no matter what, we can still be considered friends. Can I come back to see you and Uncle Xue? Xuejing's expression turned cold, and she suddenly turned to Garamandes. She asked, You like me a lot, don't you? Garamandes was stunned and subconsciously nodded, saying, Yes. If I didn't like you, why would I bother you? Xuejing nodded and said, All right, if you kill this person, I'll agree to be with you. As she said that, her hand pointed accurately at Nianbing's chest. Although she was angry, her mind was still clear. She knew that Garamandes was very strong. That was why she said such words. Garamandes was stunned and said, Do you hate him that much? I can do it to others, but Nianbing is my brother. I can't do it to him. Although I like you a lot, I definitely won't kill my brother for a woman. Nianbing, I think we should leave. He was somewhat disappointed in Xuejing. He sighed softly and turned to walk out. Nianbing glanced at Xuejing and followed Garamandes out. Xuejing screamed, You're not allowed to leave. None of you are allowed to leave. Yan Yan, if he doesn't do it, then kill this person for me. If you kill him, I'll agree to marry you. You don't have Luo Ro anymore, so haven't you been thinking about me? If you kill this person, I'll agree to anything you want. Yan Yun was stunned. He wasn't a hedonistic son, and Xuejing's words had already exposed his identity. If it was to kill someone for a woman, he would definitely do it, but he definitely wouldn't do it in front of so many people. He wanted to protect his reputation. Although Xuejing's appearance was very attractive to him, a woman's position could never compare to power in his heart. I'm sorry, Miss Xue. Although this is the first time I've met Brother Nianbing, I can't just casually attack him. What kind of enmity do you have between the two of you that you have to kill him? Nian Bing looked at Yan Yun, and her heart suddenly jumped. So the person in front of her was actually the most likely successor to the throne of the Ice Moon Empire, the fifth prince. No wonder he could obtain the appreciation of the emperor of the Ice Moon Empire. He really did have some ability. Xu Jing said hatefully, "He insulted my integrity. I've never hated someone as much as I hate him. Are you going to kill him or not?" "Fine. Since none of you are going to do it, then I'll do it myself." As she spoke, she floated up and raised her hand to strike Nian Bing. This time, Yan Yun didn't stop Xu Jing, and Garamandes also stood to the side without saying anything. He allowed Xu Jing's hand to strike Nian Bing, which was filled with fighting energy. Nian Bing stood there and looked calmly at Xu Jing. Bang bang! Two loud sounds rang out, and the scorching aura of the fire-fighting energy spread out in all directions. Nian Bing took 2 steps back, but didn't fall down. Xu Jing's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. Nian Bing had opened her heart and then rejected her. Even she herself didn't know whether she loved or hated Nian Bing more. Tears had already made her eyes a little hazy. She crazily struck Nian Bing again and again, and the fighting energy in the entire Cool Breeze restaurant's main hall soared, scaring the original diners and causing them to flee. Nian Bing didn't dodge and didn't attack Xu Jing either. He allowed Xu Jing's fighting energy to attack his body, and the fire-fighting energy crazily rushed into his chest, invading his meridians. However, the current Nian Bing was no longer the same as before. He had the physique of a dragon. Not to mention Xu Jing. Even if a swordsman was here, it wouldn't be easy to hurt him. Banging sounds rang out incessantly. Finally, the panting Xu Jing stopped, gasping for breath. Using all of her fighting energy consumed a lot of her energy, so she had no choice but to stop and rest. Nian Bing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of hot air. The magic in his body, combined with the dragon's physique, had completely dissolved Xu Jing's fighting energy. A total of 116 palms. Xu Jing, your anger should have subsided by now. I was wrong back then, so I apologize to you. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xu Jing. Xu Jing choked with sobs. Apologize? How can the humiliation you gave me be resolved with just a word of apology? Nian Bing, I hate you, 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 I hate you. With tears floating in the air, she turned around and ran, not even realizing that she had knocked over a table. Yan Yun looked somewhat helplessly at Nian Bing and Garamandes. I'm really sorry. Miss Shue's temper is indeed a bit big. You too, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely treat you two to a good meal. Whether it was Nian Bing or Garamandes, both had left a deep impression on him. The two's super strong defense made Yan Yun somewhat vigilant. The Ice Moon Empire's king's health wasn't good and was currently very weak. Although he liked Yan Yun the most, Yan Yun still had 4 older brothers. Right now, the fight for the throne was at its most intense, so Yan Yun's heart was very guarded. After Yan Yun turned around and left, Garamandes bitterly smiled. Unfair, it's really unfair. Nian Bing looked at him doubtfully. What's unfair about it? Could it be that you wanted those 100 or so palms to hit your body? Although Kaka's body's defense is very strong, after being hit so many times in the same place, it's still a bit numb now. Garamandes bitterly smiled. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about Xu Jing's condition. She told me to kill you, only saying that she wants to be with me. She told that pretty boy to kill you, but she wants to repay him with her body. It's really F*King unfair. Nian Bing sweated profusely in her heart. She rolled her eyes and said, So you're saying that if she were to repay you with her body, you would kill me? Garamandes mischievously smiled and said, Why don't I go and ask her? If she agrees, then you can pretend to be dead. Wouldn't your older brother have a place to settle down? Nian Bing unhappily snorted and said, What place to settle down? What's the use of having her body but not her heart? If you want to pursue Miss Shui, you'll have to work harder. AI, looking at her appearance, why does it seem like she's even more hysterical than before? Could it be that the trauma I gave her was really that serious? At that time, the method I used was too ruthless. I really let her down. Garamandes patted Nian Bing's shoulder and said, "All right, let's go. We don't want her to come out and beat us again later." I really didn't expect that we brothers would become sandbags the moment we arrived at Ice Snow City. To think that I, the great Garamandes, would have such a day. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Isn't this what you want? If you're willing to be a sandbag, then who can stop you?" The two of them talked as they walked out. At this moment, a deep and resonant voice sounded. Nian Bing. Nian Bing turned around and saw Shui Ji, who was dressed in green, walking out from the inner room. When he saw Nian Bing, his face immediately lit up with joy. His figure floated, and he was already beside Nian Bing and Garamandes. "Nian Bing, you're back. That's great. I heard from my subordinates that Shui Jing fought with you in front. It's really embarrassing." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Hello, Uncle Shui. Actually, it's nothing much. Consider it my compensation to her." Shui Ji sighed softly and said, "This daughter of mine is too stubborn. I know everything about the two of you, so I can't blame you. After all, how can you force matters of the heart? Let's go. It's almost time for me to rest and come back. This time, I must stay in the cool breeze study for a few more days." Nian Bing nodded and said, "That's good. I'll be bothering you then." He didn't want to stay here, but when he thought about how he could create some opportunities for Garamandes, he agreed. He had always felt guilty toward Shui Jing. Garamandes could be said to be the person he trusted the most, and he just happened to like Shui Jing. Nian Bing wanted to matchmake them from the bottom of his heart. One reason was to help Garamandes become an earth addict. Another reason was to give Shui Jing an explanation. Garamandes had said that if Shui Jing was willing to be with him, then she wouldn't be able to live without the lifespan of a human. Not only would he not be limited by a human's lifespan, his strength would also greatly increase with his help. This was a good thing. Moreover, Garamandes was definitely a dragon that she could entrust her life to. Under Shui Ji's lead, Nian Bing and Garamandes followed him to the inner hall of the cool breeze study. Shui Ji ordered the servants to make tea. After inviting Nian Bing and Nian Bing to sit down, he said, "Nian Bing, you're in the limelight now." Nian Bing was stunned and said, "What limelight? How come I don't know?" Shui Ji said with some surprise, "You don't know? You've made a big name for our Ice Moon Empire. These days, that old guy Long Ji has been smiling from ear to ear every day." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she understand that Shui Ji was referring to her winning the championship in the New Mage Stronghold. She smiled and said, "The news spread fast. So you already know. Is my master doing well?" "Good, of course he's doing well. He's doing very well. Originally, because Luo Ro and her family left, His Majesty was furious. Not only our Ice Snow City suffered, but the entire Ice Moon Empire was also implicated. Their whereabouts were being tracked everywhere in the country. At this time, the news of you winning the championship of the New Mage Stronghold came back. This time, our Ice Moon Empire has made a big name on the continent. The first and second place are actually ours. In history, there has never been a country that has achieved such good results. His Majesty the King was very happy, and the storm caused by his wise daughter calmed down a lot. Because of your relationship with your master, he was recognized by His Majesty the King, and the allocation of funds to your Magicians' Union was restored. Now he has boundless glory. Under his leadership, the Magicians' Union has increased by dozens of magicians in just a short time. Moreover, your union's reputation is now much stronger than before. Although it can't be compared to the Ice Goddess in a short time, it is not as unvalued as before. Every time your master mentions you, his face is full of joy, and he says that he has chosen the right person. Nian Bing smiled and said, "Contributing to the union is what I should do. In fact, I won by a trick. In terms of strength, I was a little weaker than Qianhuan Bingyun at that time. What about you? Have you been well during this time? When I saw Xu Ejing just now, her guesses seemed to be unstable. AI, it's all my fault." Xueji sighed and said, "Whether it's good or bad, you have to look at it from two sides. If we look at it from Clear Wind Sec's point of view, with your help, we have surpassed Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Later, you introduced Brother Ming's junior sister to us, greatly increasing the strength of our kitchen. Great Accomplishment Pavilion is no longer a threat. But if we look at it from Jing Er's point of view, then it's not so good. Ever since she snuck out and came back with you, she has been cultivating in the garden most of the time and rarely goes out. That girl's heart is very heavy. Even I can't control her now. Nian Bing, don't worry, I don't blame you for this. Perhaps she will be able to calm down after a few more days. However, that girl's temper is really too bad. Whether or not she can get married in the future is a problem." Xue Ji sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Of course I can. I'm very willing to be with Miss Xu Ejing." Facing Xue Ji, who could become his father-in-law, Garmandes couldn't wait to express his attitude. Xue Ji glanced at Garamandes and said, "I didn't expect you to know Nian Bing. I'm really sorry, but Jing doesn't have any feelings for you. It's best if you don't disturb her in the future." It was clear that he had seen Garamandes more than once, and he didn't have a good impression of Garamandes. Nian Bing couldn't bear to see Garamandes feel awkward, so she smiled and said, "Uncle Xue, I haven't had the time to introduce you. This is my big brother, Longhua. His strength is far above mine. Big brother, this is Uncle Xue. You should know him." Garamandes hurriedly nodded and said, "I know him, of course I know him. In the past, when I came to visit Miss Xu Ejing, I saw Uncle a few times." He shamelessly called him Uncle. If Xueji knew that Longhua was much older than him, who knew how many times older? He didn't know what Xueji would think. Nian Bing secretly laughed, but tried her best to maintain a calm expression. She said, "Uncle Xue, my big brother is actually a very good person." Xueji frowned and said, "He's actually your big brother. Nian Bing, you don't know, but this big brother of yours used to pester Jing all day long, and even set up the Clear Wind study. Jing Er's mood hasn't recovered recently, and I'm afraid it has something to do with him." Garamandes lowered his head. He said, "Actually, he didn't pester her all day long. It seemed to have only been a few months. Uncle Xue, I really like Xu Ejing. If I don't see her for a day, I miss her very much." It's no wonder that Xue Ji doesn't have a good impression of him. Back then, Xue Ji thought of many ways to stop him from pestering his daughter, such as magic seals and sending people to guard her. But how could these tricks stop Garamandes? Xu Ejing would definitely see Garamandes's infatuated face every day. In her heart, Garamandes was definitely synonymous with a fly. Nian Bing knew that it wasn't easy to change Xue Ji and Xu Ejing's attitude towards Garamandes. She coughed and changed the topic. "Uncle Xue, just now when we were eating, we met someone called Yan Yan. Is he the 5th prince of the Ice Moon Empire?" Xue Ji's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, as if he was wondering how Nian Bing knew. "Yes, he is the 5th prince. Sigh. That girl Luo Ro's whole family suddenly left, causing a huge uproar. A year before the wedding, his fiancée had run away. To the 5th prince, this was a great humiliation. In order to investigate this matter, he personally came to Ice Snow City. Because he liked the elegance of this place, he had been eating here since the beginning. Originally, I wanted to arrange a private room for him, but he insisted on staying in the main hall. The 5th prince is a very good person. He doesn't have the air of a prince at all and is very approachable. He is very outstanding in all aspects among all the princes. I think he is the most promising one." Garamandes shouted from the side. "Isn't that good? It's good that he is your son-in-law." Although his voice was very low, how could Shwe not hear it? If it was only Garamandes here, he would have already exploded. However, in front of Nian Bing's, he pretended not to hear anything. Nian Bing thought to herself, no matter how outstanding the fifth prince is, he is not a dragon. There was no way he could compare to a dragon of the dragon race. He wondered what Garamandes had done to make Snow and his daughter have such a bad impression of him. "Uncle Shwe, I want to go back to the guild to take a look. After leaving for so long, I should go back and take a look. Can I trouble you to arrange a place for my big brother Long to stay in the Breeze restaurant? Staying here is more comfortable than staying in the guild. At least it is more convenient to eat." Shwe laughed. "What's the problem? Are you worried about food? You're the best chef in the world." "That's right. I heard that when you were in the Huarong Empire, you participated in the Hualong culinary competition, but you didn't participate in the final round, so you didn't qualify to participate in the God of Cookery competition, right?" Nian Bing nodded. "The culinary world is full of talented people. Even if I participated in the final round, I don't have the confidence to win. I met someone who can use the yin-yang tai chi hand, and his culinary skills are not inferior to mine. I use magic to cook, but he uses battle chi to cook. His skills are very strong." Shwe smiled. "I have already heard about it. However, you will have a chance to compete with him. I want you to represent the Breeze restaurant in the next God of Cookery competition. Are you interested?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up, of course. "Back in the day, my master was the champion of the 5 Realms Chef God Stronghold. Although I can't compare to my master, I still hope to participate in this top-notch cooking competition in the entire continent. Recently, I've made some new discoveries in the field of cooking, so I don't think I'll lose face in the competition. Can I?" "Of course. It is our Breeze restaurant's honor. With you participating, we will definitely get a good result this time. The requirements to participate in the God of Cookery competition are very strict. The current chairman of the God of Cookery competition is one of the 5 gods of cookery, the fierce god of cookery. The committee is made up of dozens of famous culinary masters and gourmets. After the previous God of Cookery competition, they will evaluate the restaurants in the continent and select the qualified ones. In the end, there will be a few random spots for outstanding chefs who don't belong to the restaurant to participate in the competition, just like the top 3 in the Hualong culinary competition. This time, our Breeze restaurant is lucky enough to win a spot over the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you." Nian Bing was shocked. "Are you saying that even a restaurant like the Great Accomplishment Pavilion doesn't have a spot?" Shwe nodded. He said, "Of course. Do you think anyone can participate in the God of Cookery competition? The current Chef Gods tournament is different from the one your teacher and the others had. It is much more meticulous, and all the procedures are very reasonable and rigorous. It is very difficult to obtain a spot in the tournament. Only a city of the size of our Ice Snow City can have a representative. Our Ice Moon Empire only has 2 spots. I heard that the entire Ottoman Empire only has 1 spot. In the Ice Moon Empire, other than our Breeze restaurant, the Crescent Moon restaurant in the capital of Ice Moon City has also won this honor. The competition will be held in the capital of the Longmu Empire in 3 months. At that time, I will select a few experts from our Breeze restaurant to accompany you." Nian Bing had a deep understanding of the God of Cookery competition. Jia had told her in detail about the rules of the God of Cookery competition. Back then, when Jia was teaching her culinary skills, he had said that as a top chef, if he didn't win the God of Cookery competition, he would never be able to sit on the throne of the King of Cookery. The God of Cookery competition would gather all the top chefs in the continent. It was the best place to gain experience. Learning from other chefs was very important for improving one's culinary skills. Magic was something that Nian Bing had to master in order to take revenge and protect herself. Cooking, on the other hand, could be said to be her hobby. Ever since the day she left the peach blossom forest, she swore that she would inherit Jia Ji's legacy and become the top chef in the continent of Yangon. The god of cookery competition was finally going to begin. Nian Bing was filled with anticipation. Just as Xue Ji said, the rules of the god of cookery competition were very strict, but at the same time it was also very fair. The person who won the competition would have to display strong culinary skills in all aspects. The god of cookery competition was divided into 5 rounds, which were cold dishes, hot dishes, soup noodles, and special culinary skills. Every chef participating in the competition had to go through these 5 competitions, pass all the evaluations, and then enter the final round. Chapter 133. One of the biggest features of the God of Cookery tournament was that all the chefs competed together. However, only 10 people could enter the finals. Among these 10 people, 5 of them would be the champions of each of the 5 competitions. The other 5 would be chosen from those who had accumulated the most points in each of the 5 competitions, excluding the 5 champions. The final 10 people would then compete in the finals to determine their ranking. During the finals, the 10 finalists would also have to make cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, pastries, and special dishes. After a comprehensive evaluation, the points would determine the order of the finalists. There was a harsh condition. If the final winner did not win any of the 5 competitions, then, although he was the winner, he would not be called the god of cookery. After all, how could he be called the god of cookery if he did not have an outstanding skill? Of course, the number of finalists was not necessarily 10. If the same person won 2 competitions, then the number of finalists would be reduced by 1 and so on. However, since the beginning of the God of Cookery tournament, no one had been able to win 5 competitions at the same time. If that was the case, then there would be no need to hold the finals. The first rule of the God of Cookery tournament was that if there was a cooking genius who could win 5 competitions at the same time, then the finals would be cancelled, and he would be crowned the Saint God of Cookery. Back then, when Ghost Chef Jia Ji was at his peak, he had only won 3 competitions. He had been working hard for the title of Saint God of Cookery, but after winning 5 competitions consecutively, he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he could not reach the peak in every aspect of cooking. He had to give up and become a judge. Nian Bing had inherited Jia Ji's wish. Aside from that, winning the title of Saint God of Cookery was his biggest goal. Of course, if even Jia Ji was not confident of doing it, then he was even less confident. Although his cooking skills had improved a lot after researching the 7-element feast, to say that he could win all 5 competitions, he had no confidence at all. Just that little Tian who could use the yin-yang harmony Tai Chi hands was the biggest obstacle in his path. The biggest difference between the God of Cookery tournament and the Dragon Challenge tournament was that although the God of Cookery tournament was participated by the head chef, the head chef could bring along 2 to 3 assistants to help, and the assistants could help the head chef with the cooking. Because the duration of each competition was very short, in a competition where the head chef was not good at, the assistants could play a key role. Of course, there was a limit to the number of assistants. They could only play a supporting role. The actual cooking had to be done by the head chef. He recalled everything about the God of Cooking tournament. Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but heat up. Clear Wind Fasting still had Ming Yuan and Ming Hui, the 2 martial siblings. If they worked together as her assistants, her chances of winning the championship would be very high. Uncle Xue, if I represent Clear Wind Sect in the competition, then I only have one goal. Xue Ji took a sip of the tea that the servant had just brought over. He smiled and said, I wish you had that kind of strength. I don't think that needs to be questioned. I think Long Ji also misses you very much. You can go over there and take a look. I will arrange a place for you to stay. Nian Bing nodded and said to Garamandes, Big brother, you stay here first. I'll go to the Magician Union first. Garamandes glanced at Xue Ji. He nodded but didn't say anything. Xue Ji said, Nian Bing, tell Long Ji to come to my Clear Wind fasting tonight. I will hold a welcoming dinner for you." Garamandes couldn't help but ask, "Then will Miss Xuejing come?" Xueji frowned and said, "Of course she will. How can the successor of my clear wind fasting not come? You're called Long Horite? I'm seriously warning you. Don't bother my daughter again. For Nianbing's sake, I can let you stay. But if you sneak into my daughter's room like before, you can blame me for being impolite." Nianbing opened her eyes wide and looked at Garamandes, who was a little embarrassed. Sneaking into someone's room like that? No wonder Xueji's attitude towards him was so bad. "Uncle Xue, I promise you on behalf of my big brother that he will never do such a thing again. Right, big brother Long?" Nianbing deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. Garamandes hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, I definitely won't. I was wrong in the past." In order to pursue Xuejing, the arrogant him had actually admitted his mistake. It was really hard on him. Xuejing sat on her bed in a daze. At this moment, her emotions had gradually calmed down. The anger in her heart had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. Nianbing, Garamandes, and Yan Yan's faces kept replaying in her mind. The 3 of them gave her 3 completely different feelings. She had also asked herself before, did she really like Nianbing? That man could be said to be relentless towards her. Back then, in Binglan City, he was clearly looking for an excuse to send her away. But why couldn't she forget him? What was so good about him? What did she like about him? Handsome looks, powerful magic, or exquisite culinary skills? Maybe all of them. But she hadn't been with him for a long time. When she saw him earlier, why was she so angry? Was it because of love that turned into hatred, or was it a psychological reaction from being rejected? Xuejing's heart was in a mess. Even she herself wasn't sure how she felt about Nianbing. After Nianbing, another 2 men appeared in her life. One was the pestering Garamandes, and the other was the handsome and elegant 5th Prince Yan. Xuejing more or less had a good impression of Yan. It wasn't because of his status, but more because of his outstanding appearance and ability. Towards Garamandes, she was more angry. During those days, he would appear in front of her punctually, like a fly, and she didn't know how annoying he was. But 2 months ago, he suddenly left without any warning. She didn't know why, but she actually felt a little disappointed. During the days when she couldn't see him, that hateful red figure actually appeared in her mind frequently. If it wasn't for Nianbing's appearance today, would she be happy? But that hateful fellow's attitude towards her seemed to have changed a little. He no longer bowed to her like before. Who exactly was he? His martial arts seemed to be very strong, and even her father couldn't figure out his strength. He had only attacked once, and that was against the warrior's guild master. But that was too exaggerated. How was it possible to defeat a swordsman with a single punch? The appearance of the 3 men at the same time made Xuejing's heart even more confused. She shook her head forcefully and sighed secretly. She didn't know how she should choose. She didn't even know who was more important in her heart. But she was sure that the most hateful one was Nianbing. He actually rejected her feelings. He even used that kind of place to leave on his own. No matter what, she couldn't possibly like him anymore. What was so great about him? Didn't he just know some magic? Thinking of Nianbing, Xuejing couldn't help but clench her teeth in anger. "Jinger, have you rested?" Xueji's deep voice came from outside the house. Xuejing jumped in fright and quickly calmed herself down. "Father, Dad, I haven't rested yet. Please come in." Xueji pushed open the door and entered. Turning around, his daughter, who looked a little haggard, said with heartache, "Silence. Are you still unhappy?" "Ai, although Nianbing isn't bad. Since he doesn't have you in his heart, why force him?" Xuejing snorted and said, "I won't feel sad for him. That fellow isn't worthy at all. Father, do you really intend to let Nianbing represent our Clear Wind sect in the competition? Nianbing won't be able to stay here in the future. At most, we can only borrow his strength to make a name for ourselves." Ji sighed and said, "If I had a choice, of course I wouldn't let him represent us in the competition. Nian Bing is like an eagle soaring in the sky. No one can control him. You should be able to see that he's clearly different from before. Not only is his bearing more stable than before, his strength has also greatly improved." Jing nodded in agreement. Her 100 palms could completely shatter a huge rock, but Nian Bing, as a magician, was able to take it without suffering any injuries. This was too strange. Ji said, "I've talked to your Uncle Ming. I asked him, if he represented the Clear Wind sect in the competition, would he be able to get a place? Guess what your Uncle Ming said. Your Uncle Ming said that he doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the God of Cookery competition. Even Ming Hui, who has already surpassed his master, would only be able to get in. Only with Nian Bing's culinary skills would he be able to get a good place in the competition." Jing said in shock, "Isn't Uncle Ming belittling himself too much? With his culinary skills, he should be able to get a place in the competition. At least, Uncle Ming's skills in cooked wheaten food are rarely surpassed. Why would he say such a thing?" Ji sighed softly and said, "I've also carefully considered this matter. Actually, your Uncle Ming's words are very correct. No one knows their own strength better than he does. Our Clear Wind sect is indeed doing well in Ice Snow City. With the 2 senior siblings, Ming Yuan and Ming Hui, we were able to achieve this. However, looking at the entire continent, there are many talented people in the culinary world. This is not something we can imagine. Not to mention you, even I am a frog in a well. You've seen Nian Bing's culinary skills. How do you think he compares to Ming Yuan?" Although Jing hated Nian Bing, she would not belittle Nian Bing's culinary skills. After all, her memory of that moment was too clear. Nian Bing's culinary skills are indeed amazing, especially when he uses magic to cook. Ji said, "When a person's culinary skills reach a certain level, it is very difficult to improve. Take your Uncle Ming, for example. No matter how much he trains, he will never be able to reach Nian Bing's level. Nian Bing's use of magic to cook is indeed miraculous. However, his basic skills are also very solid. Not to mention other things, his mysterious ghost-carving godly knife is something that even I can't use, let alone a chef who doesn't know any martial arts. For an ordinary person to be able to train his hand speed so fast and so accurately, how much effort must he have put in? This time, since I've already decided, I won't change my mind. I will definitely let Nian Bing represent our Clear Wind sect in the God of Cookery tournament. You must always remember, don't let your personal grudges affect the overall situation. Nian Bing has a very good personality. If we become friends with him, it will be extremely beneficial for our Clear Wind sect's future development. Ice and fire chef, these 4 words aren't just for show. Jing, although your intelligence isn't as good as Ro-er's, it's about the same. However, your flaw is that your temper is too irritable. If you can calm down sometimes, perhaps many things will change. Although Nian Bing looks gentle on the surface, I can easily feel the arrogance in his bones. He is like a piece of steel. If you are also a piece of steel, there won't be any good results if you meet force with force. Even if you can't develop a relationship, can't you just be friends? Having a friend like him is definitely a good thing for you. I've already agreed to let him and that brat called Long would temporarily stay with us. You have to know your limits. When Ji said that Nian Bing and Long Ho were going to stay with the Clear Wind sect, Jing was shocked. "Father, how can you let Long Ho stay with us? Haven't we been annoyed enough by him?" Ji smiled bitterly. "It's different this time. He's here as Nian Bing's friend. For Nian Bing's sake, I can't drive him away no matter what. Long Ho has already promised not to harass you. Since you hate him, just ignore him. He's Nian Bing's brother. I don't think he'll cause trouble for Nian Bing. Sigh, that brat Long Ho has a dignified appearance and a manly temperament, but he's too filthy. He actually snuck into your room. No matter how strong he is, I firmly oppose you dating someone like him. Shuejing snorted and said, I want nothing more than to kill him. Why would I date him? However, I can see that his feelings for Nianbing are very deep. Shueji said, since he's a guest, we can't be too negligent. All right, you should rest first. Remember what I said just now. Don't make things difficult for Nianbing. Shuejing nodded lightly and said, perhaps I vented my anger after beating him up. I don't hate him as much anymore. For the sake of the Clear Wind sect, I'll control my temper. Nianbing walked down the street in a relaxed manner. Everything that had happened in the Clear Wind sect didn't affect his mood. Facing Shuejing again and taking more than 100 palms, he felt much more relaxed. The guilt he had felt before had also been reduced. What made him even happier was that he had obtained the right to participate in the God of Cookery tournament. He had always had a good impression of the Clear Wind sect, so there was nothing wrong with representing them in the tournament. Even if he couldn't obtain the right to participate in the God of Cookery tournament this time, he would think of other ways. In the distance, he had already arrived at the familiar steeple building. A warm feeling rose up spontaneously. The gentle Ling kept flashing in his mind. He recalled the days when he was in the library. He was constantly learning magic knowledge every day, and Ling was taking care of him in Gamara. However, he still made her sad. Ling was such a good girl. How could he let her down? Thinking of Long Ling's teary eyes, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. Quickening his pace, Nianbing quickly arrived at the entrance of the Magicians' Guild. The two magicians standing guard at the entrance looked much more spirited than before. Wearing neat beginner magicians' robes, they looked much stronger than before. Nianbing had never seen these two magicians before. It was obvious that they had joined the Magicians' Guild not long ago. Hello, Jingwen. Are you a magician here to participate in the Guild's Guild? One of the magicians asked. Nianbing shook his head. With a flash of light in his hand, he took out the token that symbolized his status as an elder. The two beginner deer magicians saw the token and hurriedly bowed. They respectfully said, "Greetings to the elder. Elder, please enter." Then they stepped aside. Nianbing was just about to walk in when a familiar voice sounded. "Oh, who are you?" A slender figure walked out from the guild. It was Jiu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Nianbing used his hand to push up the bamboo hat on his head. He smiled and said, "Big brother Sergio, don't you recognize me?" The two beginner magicians were stunned when they saw Nianbing's young and handsome appearance. They obviously didn't expect this elder to be so young. Sergio was also stunned when he saw Nianbing. "Nianbing, you're back." His expression was a little complicated. However, the light in his eyes was kind. Let's go in together." Sergio stepped forward and patted Nianbing's shoulder. He led him inside. After not seeing him for a long time, Sergio's temperament seemed to have changed. It wasn't just because of the increase in magic power. At the same time, Nianbing could clearly feel that Sergio's aura seemed to be much calmer than before. As they walked, Sergio said to Nianbing, "Nianbing, thank you." Nianbing smiled and said, "I am a member of the guild. Increasing the glory of the guild is what I should do." Sergio shook his head and said, "No, I'm not referring to this. I'm doing this for Ling. At that time, after you left, I discovered that there was something wrong with Ling. Her smile from before was gone. Seeing her become haggard day by day, I really felt bad. I had a sincere talk with her before I found out that it was you who stole her heart. Nianbing, do you know? At that time, I wanted to tear you to pieces. However, Ling, Uri's words made me understand many things. You don't need to ask what she said to me. I can only tell you that I now see Ling, as my most precious sister. Although my magic is not as good as yours, if you dare to bully her in the future, I won't let it go. Indeed, you are more suitable for her than I am. I'm not worthy of her." As he said this, he stopped and smiled at Nianbing. Nian Bing looked at Sergio in a daze. After all, his change was too big. He couldn't accept it for a while. Big brother Sergio, alright, don't say anything. You just have to treat Ling. Or well, that's enough. Let's go in. Teacher misses you very much. This time, we have done such a great service for the guild. We have finally received the recognition of the Ice Moon Empire. Today, we also have an important guest. Since you're back, you can meet him. You can meet Ling, or later. Nian Bing nodded. Out of etiquette, he had to meet Long Ji first. Hearing Sergio's words, Nian Bing felt much more relaxed. Although he wasn't afraid of Sergio, wouldn't it be better to be able to make friends? Moreover, he didn't have any real conflicts with Sergio. The two of them quickly entered the main building of the guild. Sergio brought Nian Bing to the hall on the second floor, excitedly. Teacher, look who's back. Nian Bing followed Sergio upstairs. There were two people sitting on the sofa in the hall. Behind them, there was another person standing. He knew both of them. One of them was naturally the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild, Wind Mage Long Ji. The other person was the Ice Moon Empire's fifth prince, Yan Yun, whom he had met not long ago. Behind Yan Yun stood an old man wearing a deep blue robe. As soon as Nian Bing went upstairs, he felt the old man's eyes flash. Through his heaven's eye acupoint, he immediately felt that this old man was extraordinary. An expert. He was definitely an expert. Long Ji was talking to Yan Yun with a smile on his face. When he suddenly saw Nian Bing, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he didn't feel as happy as he had expected. Instead, he felt a bit awkward. Long Ji stood up and said, Nian Bing, you're finally back. Nian Bing glanced at Yan Yun, then bowed to Long Ji and said, Teacher. Long Ji coughed and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is... There's no need to introduce. I've already met brother Nian Bing. Yan Yun took the initiative to stand up. He obviously also understood Nian Bing's identity. I never expected brother Nian Bing to be the genius magician who helped our Ice Moon Empire make a name for ourselves. The shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Previously, at the breeze room, he clearly saw Nian Bing use his body to take on more than 100 of Xu Ejing's palm strikes. Could it be that he used magic to defend against those attacks? Nian Bing said, Greetings, Your Highness, the fifth prince. Yan Yun raised his eyebrows. Oh, so brother Nian Bing already knows my identity. Actually, this identity thing was given to me by my father. We can just talk as equals. He was currently competing with the other two princes for the throne, so of course he desired talents the most. When he found out that Nian Bing was actually the champion of the Five Nations New Magician competition, his tone immediately became much more polite. Long Ji frowned slightly and looked at Nian Bing. So the two of you already know each other. That's great. Nian Bing, you just came back. It must have been hard on you. I will look for you later. Sergio, take Nian Bing to rest. Although Nian Bing felt strange, he didn't say anything. He also wanted to see Ling Er and didn't want to delay here. After all, in his opinion, Long Ji and Yan Yun's discussion was definitely related to politics and such. Those were things that he wasn't interested in. At this moment, Yan Yun's words set off a huge wave in Nian Bing's heart. President Long, since our matter has been settled, then I will take my leave first. It just so happens that I want to ask magician Nian Bing about the beset situation. Miss Ling Er and I will inform you as soon as possible after I go back and discuss with my father. What, you want to marry Ling Er? Sergio exclaimed. Long Ji said in a deep voice, Sergio, don't be unreasonable. He scolded Sergio. At the same time, he noticed that Nian Bing's face instantly turned cold. Yan Yun smiled and said, That's right. I have long heard that Miss Ling Er is gentle and pleasant. It is my honor to be able to marry Miss Ling Er. Nian Bing looked straight at Yan Yun and smiled indifferently. I'm really sorry. Your Highness, fifth prince, Ling Er is my fiancé. How can she marry you? Yan Yun was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Long Ji. Long Ji said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Nian Bing, don't talk nonsense. When did Ling Er become your fiancé? You go down first. Your Highness, this is just a misunderstanding. Please don't think too much. Yan Yun looked at Long Ji and then looked at Nian Bing. He frowned and said, I don't care if this is a misunderstanding or not. I still have to ask President Long to resolve this as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to my father. All right, take care of your own family matters. Yan Yun will take his leave. As he said this, he walked past Nian Bing and walked out. Just when Yan Yun was about to pass by Nian Bing, a sudden change occurred. A 7-colored radiance burst out from Nian Bing's body without any warning. Yan Yun's body seemed to have solidified and stopped in an instant. How could he compare to the innate domain that even an expert like the Dragon King could resist? 7 rays of light lit up at the same time. Magic blades with 7 different auras were placed on Yan Yun's vital points at the same time. In an instant, Yan Yun's body didn't dare to make the slightest movement. The intense killing intent from the Chi-Chi blade caused his heart to tremble. He couldn't even speak. When the blue-clothed old man saw that Yan Yun was suddenly restrained, he was immediately shocked. He staggered and rushed towards Nian Bing. A light flashed in Nian Bing's eyes. The radiance of the Chi-Chi blade brightened and a surging aura was released. Although he didn't say a single word, that old man Lan Cheng suddenly stopped when he was 3 meters away from him. He didn't take a single step forward. Nian Bing released her heavens domain very cleverly. It just happened to envelop him and the 5th prince, Yan Yun. She spat out word by word with an ice-cold voice. I don't care what your identity is, and I don't care who you are. Remember my words. If you dare to have any ideas about Ling Er again, then the next time we meet, your body will be turned into pieces. Also, go back and tell your old man that I have no interest in being an imperial chef. If you want to catch me, then I'll give you a suggestion. Ask the ice snow goddess to come. At the same time, the radiance disappeared as if nothing had happened. Yan Yun fell forward a few steps. His eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, he clearly felt that death was so close to him. Elder Lan Yong angrily roared. His body rushed towards Nian Bing as fast as lightning. Silver light burst out. It was swordsman's Saint Do Chi. If it was in the past, even if Nian Bing obtained the 7 magic blades, it would be very difficult for her to contend against swordsmen in such a close distance. However, she was no longer the Nian Bing of the past. Her gradual mastery of the ice and fire origin magic, as well as the opening of her Heaven's Eye acupoint, had already sent her to the top of the continent's mages. The distance of 3 meters suddenly became very far in front of Elder Lan Yong. His surroundings were completely covered by the 7-colored radiance. 7 shadows appeared in front of him. Each radiance was so real, yet so illusory. The 7 ghostly shadows crossed each other. Elder Lan Yong only felt that his body was numb. He couldn't even gather the Do Chi in his body. The 7-colored radiance disappeared once again. Nian Bing walked step by step in front of Elder Lan Yong, who was standing there in a daze. She said indifferently, You're already so old. Why do you still want to work for others? I don't want to kill anyone, so you're lucky. I used 7 types of magic to seal your meridians. It will only be removed after a month. Take your master and leave. Long before Nian Bing went to the capital city, he had relied on the fusion of magic to fight to a draw with Elder Feng Rin, who was at the level of swordsman. Now that he had the Heaven's Eye domain, he didn't need to fear any warrior. When a mage's magic could predict the situation, it would be very difficult for a warrior of the same level to win. With the wonders of the Heaven's Eye domain and the 7 magic blades that could be used freely, how could a swordsman be Nian Bing's opponent? Although his victory was related to the surprise attack, at the same time, it also showed his powerful strength. Although Saint Do-chi was strong, wind, moon, net attack. However, in the heaven's eye domain, Nianbing could clearly grasp the attributes of her opponent's Do-chi. Under the effect of weakening the Do-chi, she could seal it with magic that completely countered the opponent's Do-chi. She could immediately achieve the best results. If a swordsman wanted to contend against Nianbing, they had to first not be enveloped by his domain. Otherwise, they would have no chance. The blue-robed elder and Yan Yun left. Yan Yun had a very strange look in his eyes when he left, but Nianbing could still easily detect the sinister aura coming from Yan Yun's body with the help of his heavenly eye acupoint. However, this was no longer important to him. In order to protect Ling, he didn't care who his enemy was. After enduring for so many years, he finally had the strength to stand on the mainland. He knew what Bai Ji should do. Nianbing, what have you done? Do you know how important this opportunity is to the Union? Long Ji angrily shouted. Nianbing turned to look at Long Ji. His gaze was somewhat cold as he nodded. Of course I know how important this is to the Union. To the Union, I'm only a chess piece that can be used. Perhaps even you didn't think that I would be able to take first place in the competition. With me as the champion, the Union's position in the Ice Moon Empire will be greatly increased. This opportunity is simply too hard to come by for someone like you who has been working hard to develop the Union. However, in the end, I'm only a chess piece. Even if my magic is powerful enough to bring more fame to the Union, I'm still only your disciple and a mage. Compared to the fifth prince, who has a very good chance of inheriting the throne, what am I worth? If we can climb up to him and become the master of the Ice Moon Empire, the benefits to the Magician Union will naturally be great. Under the influence of nepotism, the Magician Union will very likely be able to catch up to the Ice God. After all, the Ice God isn't something that the Ice Moon Empire can completely control. This is a process of mutual benefit. As long as this political marriage is successful, then you will become the future father-in-law of the Emperor. The Magician Union will also be able to truly take root in the Ice Moon Empire. It might even become the strongest Magician Union on the continent. Am I right? My teacher,